All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Escondido City Council. Please rise for a moment of reflection and remain standing for the flag salute.
Yes, please join me in a moment of reflection, everybody. We come together tonight to say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to serve here in the city of Escondido. We come together tonight as a diverse community, a community of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presents, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this city. We come together tonight to seek guidance, wisdom, and discernment during the deliberations that transpire this evening, and in doing so, we lift up Councilmember Fitzgerald, Councilmember Joe Garcia, Councilmember Christian Garcia, Deputy Mayor Martinez, and Mayor White. May they be granted peace and wisdom as they lead our city into a bright and prosperous future. Amen.
Thank you. This meeting is now called to order. We'll do a quick roll call. Councilmember Fitzgerald.
Present.
Councilman Christian Garcia.
Here.
Councilman Joe Garcia.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Martinez.
Present.
And I, Mayor White, am here. We'll move on to our presentation portion of the meeting, and that brings us to Library Foundation check presentation.
How you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
Good. You want me to make some comments?
Sure.
now? Library Foundation is a not-for-profit. We support the library and are basically providing support when the city can't do something or something needs to be done. Many of you that are users of the library know that the great mural we put on the west-facing wall of the library was done by the foundation, and also in the children's library. The mural inside is part of that for something the foundation has done. So with a project that's going on now for remodeling, the foundation will contribute to, again, support the children's library, and we're committing up to $105,000 to buy equipment that is not funded by the grant that the city received for that work. Shirley Downey is with me. She's our treasurer. My name is Jack Anderson, and we're happy to provide this. This check is not negotiable, by the way, Mr. Mayor.
Got it.
And we treasure the opportunity to keep our money invested, so we'll provide it to the city as it's needed, not in one lump sum. So you don't get the interest, we keep it.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Can we take a picture with the whole city council?
Yeah, great. I'll hold it.
I'll invite the council down to come take a photo, and while they make their way down here, I just want to say on behalf of the city of Escondido, thank you to the foundation for your generosity. Never can I think of a time where more people have expressed interest in the library since now because of the move to the library and the interest in the renovation. I just feel like we're on this total uphill swing, so this will only add to that, and thank you very much.
That's why I usually end up at the end. How are you?
All right, we have no report out of closed session tonight, so that brings us to non-agenda public comments.
Yes, one moment, Mr. Mayor. We do have a large number of comments that have been submitted. I just want to ask real quickly, I haven't had a chance to review all of them. Did anyone submit a comment to speak not on the ISKCON item? Is there anyone here who wishes to not speak on the ISKCON item? Okay, but yours will be for the Carefree. I'll call you forward in a second, Jim. So no non-agenda public comments right now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That brings us to our consent calendar. Tonight, items 1 through 8 are on consent, and I would ask for a motion to approve. Have a motion? I'll second. Please vote.
One moment, Mr. Mayor. Let me get the vote queued up. Voting is open. Motion approved, 5-0.
All right, that brings us to item 9, which is the short form rent increase application, which has been continued to December 17th. However, we do have one member of the public who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, council members. I'm Jim Yance, and I'm the community manager at Carefree Ranch, representing Thompson Properties, and our meeting was continued to next month. Came to talk about the movement of a meeting like that, what effect it has on a park. So our rent hearing's been pushed back till then, which means if there should be an approved increase for us, that we can't implement that till April 1st. For years, we were having meetings set up, hearings here in June and July, and we were implementing on November 1st. It was very regular. We understood that in 2024, you had issues staffing at housing. It took them a while to come up to speed. We wound up being pushed back 3 months on our implementation. This year, we are already thinking, okay, we're going to have a February 1st implementation, but our hearing wasn't scheduled to November, which effectively pushes it back to March. Now we're going to December, which effectively puts an increase back to April. So we understand that things happen, but we'd appreciate your understanding that this does have an impact on ownership. We're about to do a pool renovation project, so we're making capital investments in the property, and we never go through the long-form application with these kind of improvements. We did a $250,000 improvement on our clubhouse property in 2018. Didn't come with a long form, just said we'll get our increases when they come. So just want you to be aware that this does have an impact on us, and I can't see any way other than waiting till the 18th of December to send out letters, which allows us to affect an increase in April. So thank you very much. We'll see you next month.
All right, we'll close that public hearing and move on to item 10, which is the ISKCON of Escondido
And Mr. Mayor,
Subdivision.
you're technically not closing the public hearing or continuing it.
Oh,
to-
continued it. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make sure.
ISKCON of Escondido Subdivision and Religious Facility, and we'll open this public hearing. And before staff presents, I just want to say we do have a large number of public commenters tonight. This item is going to draw a lot of emotion and reaction in some people. Just remember to please be respectful as staff, the applicant, and other members of the public speak. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, prior to the staff presentation, we do have members participating in the Mitchell room. So those who are in the Mitchell room right now, you will have an opportunity to speak. That'll be after staff presentation and after the public comments from members in the audience here in the room. But I will call you forward and you'll be able to line up at that podium, the speaker podium you see in the Mitchell room. But that'll be in about a little while after this presentation. Just wanted to let you know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and good evening, council members and members of the public. My name is Ivan Flores, Principal Planner with the Planning Division, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Assistant City Attorney Dare Delano. I will be presenting on item 10, which is a request by Diru Tantad to subdivide 2 parcels to facilitate a residential subdivision and construction and operation of a religious use. The project request includes multiple entitlements, which can be simplified as follows. One set of entitlements is necessary to permit the residential development. while the other set would allow for construction and operation of the religious use. The tentative subdivision map, development agreement, density bonus requests, and grading exemption would allow for the subdivision property into 11 lots, with 10 lots to be used for residential purposes and the other lot for the non-residential use. The conditional use permit, design and review permit, and grading exemption would facilitate the construction and operation of a religious use on Lot 11. The project site is located in the northeastern corner of the city and is adjacent to the county boundary. It is located on the south side of Rincon Avenue and is bounded by residential uses to the south and west, open space and agricultural uses to the east, and a commercial nursery to the north. The site of the proposed temple is approximately 20 acres, while the residential portion is approximately 4.2 acres in size and is delineated by the red boundary line shown on the aerial map here. There's an existing 3.02 acre site within the larger parcel. However, that property is owned by a separate party, and is not associated with the development project. The project site is located in the Estate 2 General Plan Land Use Designation and is zoned Residential Estate 20. As detailed in Article 6 of the Escondido Zoning Code, religious uses are conditionally permitted uses within the RE20 zoning district, while single-family residential uses are permitted by right. Furthermore, as discussed in the Planning Commission staff report dated September 23rd, 2025, and is attached to the City Council staff report, the siting of limited non-residential developments such as religious uses is consistent with the city's 2012 adopted general plan. As discussed in the City Council staff report, the project before the City Council this evening is a reduced version of a previously approved project. On May 23, 2000, the Planning Commission reviewed and approved construction of a 42,400 square foot cultural center, which included a main temple, dormitories, and an additional temple. The project was subsequently appealed by residents, and on June 28, 2000, the City Council denied the appeal, thus upholding the Planning Commission's original approval. On March 15, 2023, Diru Tantad submitted a request to construct an 11,700 square foot religious temple and associated residential subdivision. The temple shown here is intended to provide a comparative analysis of the 2000 proposal and the proposal this evening. The project would allow for construction of an 11,700 square foot religious facility comprised of 3 different buildings. Additionally, the project would provide 72 off-street parking spaces, whereas the zoning code currently requires 55 spaces, representing an excess of 17 off-street spaces. Outside of the physical differences, the project tonight does not include a K-12 component and limits the number of monks to 4. Here's a visual comparison between the 2 proposals. The previous proposal was approximately 71 feet at its tallest point, while the new proposal would be approximately 51 feet. Before providing specific information on each site plan, an overall site plan is provided to show the overall development footprint of the project. On the screen is a tentative subdivision map, which shows the configuration of the proposed lots and their relation to Rincon Avenue, which is located to the north. The residential subdivision will take access on Rincon Avenue and is shown as the area with lots 1 through 10, and lot 11 being the remainder of the site. Primary access to the project would be along Rincon Avenue via a proposed driveway. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, the project also includes grading exemptions, which would allow for a cut slope up to 32 feet in height and fill slopes up to 24 feet in height. The cut slope is immediately to the east of the hall building shown here on the site plan, while the fill slope is immediately north of the proposed residences. The temple building is approximately 90 feet away from Rincon Avenue and is buffered via landscaping along the project's frontage and by landscaping on the fill slopes. The project will provide 72 off-street parking spaces, and the project has been conditioned to provide those spaces in perpetuity. Any request to remove the required off-street parking spaces would require further review by the city's planning division. The project will also make improvements to Rincon Avenue by widening the road and constructing sidewalk, curb, and gutter. The project will plant approximately 42 trees on site and includes planting along Rincon Avenue. As detailed in the conditions of approval, the applicant must request, review, and approval of the landscaping along Rincon Avenue should they choose to modify it, due to its intended use as a screen for the religious temple. As detailed in the Planning Commission staff report, the project includes several features above the 35-foot height limit established by the underlying zoning district. The blue line delineates that 35 height limit, while the red line delineates the tallest portion of the temple. Pursuant to Article 56, towers and church steeples may exceed the requirement only if the tower element is not used as habitable floor area and does not constitute an unreasonable use of space. The tower feature is located approximately 400 feet away from the existing single-family residence to the west and is centrally located on the building. The building's massing and appearance would be minimized through the differentiation of building material and colors and incorporation of various architectural features. Furthermore, landscaping along the project's frontage and throughout the site will serve as a visual buffer to surrounding residences. The operation of the church will include a range of services. Specifically, they propose 6 daily services starting at 4:30 a.m. and ending at 8:30 p.m. with the highest attendance on Saturdays and Sundays. The operations also include ancillary classes, which are limited to congregants and visitors. The events on Saturday include a communal vegetarian dinner, and pursuant to the conditions of approval, use of the kitchen facilities is limited to preparing meals for members of the congregation, guests, and visitors. Additionally, there shall be no signs of advertising regarding the availability of food or meals on the site. As outlined in the conditions of approval, weddings are to be ancillary to the primary use of the site as a religious facility, and all activities are to be held indoors. Given the public feedback, the presentation has focused primarily on the temple component of the project, so on this slide we will provide some details regarding the residential development. As stated earlier in the presentation, the project includes a density bonus request to exceed the allowable number of units on the site. Under the general plan land use designation, the site is permitted 9 units by right. However, the applicant will deed restrict 2 of the lots to low-income households, which would allow for a 42.5% increase in density. 42.5% increase in density. But the applicant will only propose 1 bonus unit for a total of 10 units. Pursuant to the density bonus request, the applicant requests waivers related to the lot design, including reduction in lot size, minimum width requirements, and relief from the rear and side yard setbacks in hillside areas. Based on the requirements of state law as it pertains to density bonus requests, the city's administrative record does not show that the granting of these waivers would cause a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety, physical environment, or any real property that is listed in the California Register of Historic Resources. Further, in accordance with state law, inconsistency with the zoning ordinance shall not constitute a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. Additionally, the project includes a grading exemption to allow cut slopes up to 23 feet in height adjacent to Lot 6 at the rear. Notwithstanding the density bonus requests and waivers, the residential component of the project complies with the setback requirements of the underlying zone and other development standards. This portion of the project will also improve Rincon Avenue to local collector standards and include sidewalk, curb, and gutter. On September 23, 2025, the Planning Commission voted 5-1 with 1 absence, recommending that the City Council approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. During the nearly 3.5-hour public hearing, approximately 80 public comments were submitted for the project. The planning commissioners debated amongst themselves and asked city staff for clarification on some of the items that were brought up during the hearing. The area of the concerns are summarized below. In addition to these public comments, city staff has received public comments leading up to the meeting this evening. The following slides are intended to provide additional clarification on the nature of the comments received. A primary area of concern for residents is traffic caused by the project. City staff reviewed several of the comment letters and identified a common theme as it pertains to the level of analysis that was done for the project. It's important to note that the city evaluates two different metrics as it pertains to traffic impacts. Level of service, otherwise known as LOS, is used by the city to evaluate automobile delay at intersections and capacity on roadway segments to ensure that the city's quality of life standards are maintained as it relates to the flow of traffic on any given street. LOS ratings range from A to F, with A indicating very minimal delay at an intersection. LOS does not consider vehicular crashes at an intersection, as it is intended to evaluate how long a vehicle has to wait in order to get through an intersection. Under Senate Bill 743, cities were directed to analyze vehicle miles traveled, otherwise known as VMT, to evaluate environmental impacts under CEQA. The shift to VMT was in order to address how many miles a project's users will drive, instead of looking at the delay caused at a nearby intersection. Under SB 743, traffic delay is no longer considered an environmental impact under CEQA. However, cities are still able to use LOS to evaluate a project's conformance with the city's adopted circulation element. In the case of the city of Escondido, we now evaluate both metrics. As part of the development review process, the applicant prepared a traffic scoping agreement that was reviewed by the city's traffic engineering division. Based on the initial information provided, the city requested additional information in order to provide adequate documentation of the project's traffic volumes, including but not limited to traffic counts, traffic modeling, intersection turning movements, as well as intersection level of service. Based on this information requested by the city and provided by the applicant, it was determined that the project would not exceed the thresholds necessary for further evaluation as it relates to VMT and LOS. As shown on this slide, portions of Rincon Avenue are considered local collectors. However, that classification changes to collector approximately 600 feet of the west of the Conway intersection, which has an even higher threshold of 500 ADT. Before further discussing this slide, staff would like to clarify that the City Council staff report incorrectly identified the project as being within the high fire hazard zone. However, City staff has confirmed that the Planning Commission staff report, which is attached to the City Council staff report, the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration, and the findings necessary for approval of the project correctly identifies the site being within that very high fire hazard zone. As part of the development review process, the applicant prepared a fire protection report. The fire protection report was reviewed and approved by the city's fire department. Additionally, as detailed in the fire protection report and as a condition of approval, the applicant will be required to remove vegetation throughout the site, including removal of dead and living trees, trimming of trees and shrubs around the site, and maintain compliance with the fire protection report in perpetuity. The conditions of approval and mitigation requires all this work be done prior to occupancy of the facility. Furthermore, the project proponent has proactively incorporated Zone 0, which is the white area shown on here in the fire protection report, which isn't a requirement into the fire code adoption in 2026. Additionally, the other zones proposed go beyond the current state and local requirements, allowing for more defensible space for both the project and neighboring parcels. The following conditions of approval have been incorporated and agreed to by the applicant. The intent of the conditions are to address concerns of the community and to regulate the conditionally permitted use. The project has a total of 11 unique conditions of approval, regulating everything from the use of the kitchen facilities, maintenance of landscaping, and restrictions on the use of the facility for weddings. Most notably, the applicant is required to apply for a temporary use permit to evaluate the proposed festivals identified in the Planning Commission staff report. At the time that they request a temporary use permit, additional conditions of approval may be levied on the temporary festival, including the need for additional permits from the fire department and to address anticipated parking demand. As required by the California Environmental Quality Act, an initial study mitigating negative declaration was prepared for the project. Based on the submitted studies, it was found that the impacts from the project could be mitigated to a less than significant with mitigation measures. A mitigation monitoring and reporting program was also prepared to ensure compliance and verification of the mitigation measures and is included in resolution number 2025-144. As discussed throughout this presentation, there are several approvals before the City Council this evening. In summary, resolution number 2025-144 adopts the environmental document prepared for the project and approves the residential subdivision component of the project. Resolution number 2025-145 approves the conditional use permit and design review permit for construction and operation of the religious use. Ordinance number 2025-07 would allow for residential development of the residential units in the North Broadway region of influence. Based on the analysis in this staff report and as presented during the public hearing, city staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolution number 2025-144, resolution number 2025-145, and ordinance number 2025-07 approving the entire project. That will conclude staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to public comments, and then we'll come back for questions.
And Mr. Mayor, the applicant has a presentation.
Just kidding. The applicant. You're welcome to come forward for your presentation.
We'd like to, I'm losing my voice. Somebody's prayers are being answered, but that's another story. We've been asked by some people, why not just move somewhere else? And we've also been asked, why not just design it like a Spanish mission? The answer is, as in many religious traditions, there are standards, principles, guidelines for creating a sense of sacred space. Without going into the details, we looked for years to find this land. It meets all of those criteria in our tradition. The design of the building, our temple now in Pacific Beach is a former Navy barracks. There are other temples in Escondido, in San Diego, Hindu temples. They're in strip malls, they're in warehouses. It has long been the desire of our tradition to build a traditional Hindu temple as a gift to our future generations, something they can be proud of. So the land we can't move from and maintain our tradition. The design we can't change. So that's our response. We're not trying to be stubborn or difficult, but that's it. The land, the design, we have to stay true to. And I'm here if you have to ask any questions, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Kevin Sullivan, representing ISKCON of Escondido. So we've got a slide presentation. The first slide is just the site plan. You can see up at the top, just right of center, there's going to be a whole new driveway access for the parking and internal circulation on the Temple project. We're not going to be using or taking any access off of that existing access road that's on the property. Everything is going to be new and self-contained. Here is a comparison to the previous project that was approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council 25 years ago in 2000. The current project is, well, the previous project was about 3.5 times larger than what we're proposing right now, and certain design elements of the temple previously went up to 74 feet. They're now 51 feet, so significant reductions in both the footprint of the facility and some of the architectural and religious features. Here is an elevation that shows the temple project, and almost all of it is below or well below the 35-foot height limit for the zone. As mentioned in the staff report, we can have architectural elements above 35 feet as long as they're not occupied. Here is another view of the project. North is down at the bottom, but here's some distances away to some of the surrounding properties. To the southeast and south, we're almost 800 feet away, and significant elevation changes. Off to the west in the Rocky Point subdivision, we're almost 500 feet away, and a significant elevation difference. And then across the street with the commercial operations, almost 250 feet away from those. The project meets or exceeds all city codes and standards for both the temple and the 10-lot subdivision development, with waivers that are permitted and allowed according to the state density bonus law. This project has been in review of the city for quite some time. We had a pre-application meeting in August of 2022, 39 months ago, and the application has been under review by the city and all of its departments for 32 months since March of 23. There was significant environmental review for this project. There a detailed mitigated negative declaration. There are hundreds of pages of technical studies to back up the environmental review. The MND was reviewed and approved by many city departments, including fire and engineering. The MND was also reviewed and approved by a state agency, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And with standard mitigation measures, the project is not going to have any significant environmental impacts. Here's some other project information. The light on the sakar, or the Hindu equivalent of a steeple or a cross, it must comply with the city's outdoor lighting ordinance. There's going to be a timer that's got to turn off no later than 11 p.m., consistent with the ordinance. The few festivals each year have to obtain a temporary use permit from the city. They're going to have conditions. Those conditions could be, shuttle vans to bring people from off-site parking, and other conditions to limit impacts on the neighborhood. ISKCON is willing to limit the animals on the property to 9 cows and 1 horse, the large animals. We could do twice that amount under the zoning, but we're willing to limit that. This is not going to be an animal sanctuary. As stated in the staff report, there's a CUP condition that says food served in the dining hall has got to be for monks, members, guests, visitors who are coming to the temple or its programs. And this temple, especially with its much reduced footprint, is a neighborhood community religious facility. It is not intended and will not be marketed as some kind of destination or tourism facility. This project is going to reduce fire risk for surrounding areas through for a number of reasons. One, it installs a much larger water line for increased water supply for fire protection purposes. It's going to install 5 new fire hydrants within the limited project footprint, 3 hydrants adjacent to the temple, 2 with the subdivision, and all of those are going to go in at the same time. We've given information to the city that both the grading and the installation of backbone infrastructure, including fire hydrants, and the subdivision street is all going to occur at the same time. So when the temple is up and running, not only will there be 3 fire hydrants there, but the 2 fire hydrants for the subdivision will be installed as well. The facilities are required to have ignition-resistant features on all new structures consistent with the California Fire Code. All new structures have to be fully sprinklered. There's fuel modification zones, as mentioned in the staff report, and the temple site is just 0.4 miles away from Conway Drive, 0.6 miles away from North Ash, where Rincon is a 4-lane road, 0.9 miles to North Broadway, about 1.5 miles to Center City Parkway and the I-15 area, so there's many exit routes from the area. Here's an aerial that shows the Temple facility. You can see toward the top right, there's a little red pin that shows the approximate Temple location, and then you can see the proximity and closeness of a number of streets and exit opportunities from the area. The project also has less than significant impacts to noise and distance to neighbors. Rincon Avenue, as identified in the MND, has noise levels of up to 53 decibels in areas near the Temple. Project operations are not going to cause any significant noise impacts. The Stevenson residence is about 786 feet away from the Temple to the south, and the Brower residence is about 781 feet away. The closest existing subdivision residence is around 480 feet away to the west. There's a requirement in the CUP, a condition that we can't have any exterior amplified noise. And of course, we do have to comply with all city ordinances, including the noise ordinance. Here is a photo sim from the north side of Rincon looking back toward the Temple project. You can see the new driveway and entrance facility to handle all of the internal circulation with respect to the Temple facility parking. And you can see the facility there along with the landscape program, the robust landscape program that we're required to install. So with all of that, the requests from ISKCON Escondido are consistent with City Planning Commission and staff recommendations. We ask that you approve or certify the MND for the project, that you approve the Temple project CUP and design review permit, and you approve the project subdivision and related entitlements. And we've got the team here available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. After the public comment period, we'll invite you up, and I'm sure everybody will have questions for both staff and the applicant. Just a friendly reminder one more time, please be respectful as everybody speaks. It's going to be a long line of people, probably draw some emotion, but please be respectful. If you want to applause, go ahead. If you wouldn't mind just waiting until the speaker is done speaking to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to switch to public comments now. I'll call you forward, and then you can move forward and speak. Just as a reminder to those in the Mitchell room, we're going to have the people speak first inside council chambers. Then everyone in Mitchell room who would like to speak will have an opportunity, and I will invite you to the podium in that room. With that being said, we'll start with our first speaker, and that's Debbie Korn. Oh, the main podium, the center podium. Yes.
Hi there, my name is Debbie Korn, and I've lived in Escondido over 30 years. Good evening, Mayor and council members. To be clear, this is not about religion. It's about public safety, transparency, and compliance with California law. Our concern is that this project is being evaluated using an outdated traffic system, the level of service, or LOS metric, instead of the vehicle miles traveled, or VMT metric, now required under Senate Bill 743 and adopted by the city in Resolution 2022-162. SB 743 changed the law to ensure projects are reviewed based on how much additional driving they generate, not just how much they slow traffic at intersections. The city has an obligation to apply VMT for this kind of project, not the old LOS system. However, the applicant's traffic report shows unrealistically low trip numbers that conveniently keep them under the threshold requiring a full VMT analysis. According to their own data, this 6,000 square foot temple would generate only 63 average daily trips on weekdays, 63 on Saturdays, and 253 on Sundays, with almost no vehicles entering or leaving during peak hours. These numbers are not plausible for a facility of this size. They appear to have been intentionally kept below 200 average daily trips, the exact cutoff that allows a project to be screened out from the performing a full traffic analysis or a VMT study. By staying under that 200 trip mark, this avoids a LMA and VMT review that California law now requires. To make matters worse, there are multiple waivers attached to this project, including waivers for intersection analysis and other safety considerations. With 6 schools nearby, waiving intersection studies makes no sense. It raises serious red flags about whether public safety and accurate data are being prioritized. All of this undermines the integrity of the review process. The numbers are too low. Key streets and intersections appear to be omitted, and the correct metric, VMT, is not being applied. So tonight, we respectfully ask the council to, number 1, require a full VMT analysis under SB 743. Number 2, rescind all traffic and intersection waivers for this project. Number 3, require an independent, comprehensive traffic and safety study, including school zones and the dead-end access on Rincon Avenue. This is
And Ms.
about
Korn, your time has
ensuring
expired.
accurate data, following state law, and keeping our students and residents safe. Thank you, and please vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cheryl Stevenson. And while Ms. Stevenson is coming forward, I just want to let the council know that we did have 85 comments submitted in favor of the project, but are not going to speak on this item, and we received 15 comments submitted that are in opposition to the item that are not going to speak, in addition to all the electronic comments that were submitted prior to the meeting. Ms. Stevenson.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Stevenson. I live at the top of the hill, directly in the middle of this proposed project. I'm urging you to vote no on the proposed ISKCON Krishna Temple and Subdivision development. Here's why. The plan identifies the level of service or LOS for the project area as A. For those unfamiliar, LOS is a grading system used to measure traffic flow, as Ivan clarified earlier, from A to F. LOS means very low traffic, and F represents the opposite, long delays, low speeds, and stop-and-go congestion. Transportation experts agree that LOS A is extremely rare, especially in communities like Escondido. It typically occurs only where there's minimal traffic, wide roadways, and little development pressure. Claiming LOS A at Rincon and Conway simply does not match the real-world experience of people who drive there daily. According to the city's own scoping agreement, Rincon Avenue is incorrectly evaluated as a 4-lane collector road, which it is not. Rather, it is a narrow 2-lane road which dead ends into a box canyon. By using this classification, the project avoids triggering a full local mobility analysis LMA. This is misleading, especially since the ISKCON project is not a minor neighborhood addition. It's a destination expected to generate substantial vehicle traffic. Even more concerning, the traffic study examined only one intersection. This is a big one, Rincon and Conway, while ignoring Rincon and Broadway, which carries much heavier traffic and has a well-documented history of serious collisions. Between Rincon and El Norte on Broadway, a stretch of 2.5 miles, there have been 113 total collisions, 84 injury collisions, and 6 fatalities over the past 10 years. By excluding this major corridor, the study presents an incomplete and misleading picture of local traffic conditions and safety risks. The plan also fails to recognize the true number of nearby schools that add to congestion. It lists only 2. Why? Escondido and Rose Elementary. Rose Elementary is 3.5 miles away. The study completely omits Calvin Christian School, Conway Academy, North Broadway Elementary, Reedy Creek Elementary, and Rincon Middle School, 6 schools in total that are closer. By leaving out these schools and the traffic they generate, the study understates real congestion and minimizes potential safety impacts. A complete and accurate analysis would have raised serious concerns and likely prevented the approval by the Planning Commission level. The traffic study also fails to account for the new housing developments on Ash and Conway, a major omission that skews the results. Where are those studies? How do we incorporate those, and can we do that? In short, this traffic study is incomplete, unrealistic, and misleading. It ignores key intersections, underrepresents traffic hazards, and fails to reflect the real-world conditions in our community. I respectfully urge you council to recognize these flaws and to vote no on the ISKCON Temple Krishna project. Please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angela Aberg.
How do I tell them?
Oh, and then a reminder to those who are in the Mitchell room, the microphone is live, so if you could reduce your comments at this time, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Said Angela's not here. We'll move on to Andre Chavez.
Oh, excuse me?
The individuals in the Mitchell room, we can hear you at this time, so if you don't mind until it's your turn to speak, limit comments over there just because it will pick up over here. Thank you so much. Andres Chavez.
Thank you.
Andre Chavez? Oh, perfect.
My
Sorry.
name is Angela Aberg.
Oh, you're in that room. I am so sorry. My most sincere apologies, Angela. I did not know that. Angela, your turn to speak, and I will let you know when your time has expired. My most sincere apologies.
Thank you. My name is Angela Aberg. I live in Escondido, and I have operated my business in Escondido since 1990. I am urging you to vote no on the ISKCON project. Good evening, council members. I'd like to address the traffic and safety impacts associated with the proposed development on Rincon Avenue. This would create a level of activity far beyond what is typical for houses of worship in North Escondido. The plan calls for 30 services per week, beginning as early as 4:30 a.m. These frequent gatherings would generate continuous traffic and a large parking demand along Rincon Avenue and Conway Drive. Both of these are narrow residential roads with no sidewalks, no turn lanes, and no traffic controls. These streets are not designed to handle this level of intensity. This presents real concerns for pedestrians, particularly for children walking to nearby schools. My own son went to North Broadway, Rincon Middle, and Escondido High School, and I care about the children who are there now, and for the seniors that live in the area. The ongoing vehicle movement, noise, overflow parking would permanently alter the quiet and rural character of this neighborhood. Let's look at existing churches in North Escondido. They share three important traits: limited service schedules, adequate on-site parking, and locations are along major four-lane roads designed to safely accommodate the traffic. For example, the Church of the Resurrection, it is located just 2 blocks from El Norte Parkway, a true 4-lane collector. The church provides nearly 600 parking stalls and multiple access points. It holds 15 masses per week. Despite its size, traffic flows smoothly. Another example is Escondido United Reformed Church on North Broadway, located on a wide 4-lane collector with approximately 190 parking spaces. This church holds 2 Sunday services and limited weekday activities. By contrast, the ISKCON proposal in Rincon Avenue would bring hundreds of vehicles every day to a narrow, dead-end road that lacks the infrastructure. If the council feels compelled to allow this project to move forward, I sincerely hope that you do not. Please, at a minimum, require them to redesign their plan to reflect the same standards and considerations that our existing congregations already meet. Thank you for your time and your thoughtful attention.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Next, we have Andre Chavez. Thank you.
I guess reiterate the points that were just made about the traffic. It seems just a little too convenient that it was granted. Hello? Can you hear me now? Sorry, excuse me. Yes, I just want to reiterate what they're speaking about, the traffic analysis. I think it's woefully inadequate. And what it is glossing over, I don't know if it's coincidence, intentional, but it seems a little too good to hit 193 on a 200 VMT spec. And the traffic analysis, I think, is at the heart of the opposition for this project. I don't think anybody really minds that they want to worship in peace in that area, but at what consequence is that going to come? Just take a practical look at this thing. Does it look like any of the churches in Escondido? It's a very architectural, grand monument that even though they say it's not going to be advertised as a destination, they don't need to advertise that as a destination. Social media, everybody else will do it. The traffic that this thing is going to bring is not consistent with normal churches that it is, I guess, trying to be characterized as. And anybody with common sense knows that you add hundreds of cars flying by your house, that's a deterioration of the peace and quiet that this place holds and what it was designed to be. I don't think the question here is, can it be built? Will the engineering specs work out? I'm sure it could be built, but should it be built? That's the question we need to answer. And glossing over the major aspect to the opposition of how much traffic is this thing going to bring? It's going to bring a lot, way more than what they're saying it is. I know it's been approved by the Planning Commission, but I think that traffic analysis is not comprehensive. It doesn't take into consideration the foot traffic, the bike traffic, just the new traffic way coming in Escondido. That thing is not a normal church. We need to realize that and really just take a practical look at this thing. If hundreds of new cars are flying by my house, it really is, I don't know if I can call it a home anymore. My daily walks will just be filled with unfamiliar cars, unfamiliar faces. It will take away that sense of peace and privacy and security, which is the essence of a home. Please vote no on this on the basis of what it is going to do to our neighborhood. That's what it'll do. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Melissa Knudsen. Okay, no problem. Our next speaker is Jason Womack. Mr. Womack, would you mind pulling the microphone down a little closer? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Jason Womack. I live at 2244 Creek Hollow Place in Rocky Point Ranch. I've been a resident of Escondido my entire life, and I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. The project builds itself as a smaller religious community with a combination of monks and limited attendees. There are other smaller congregations nearby, yet please be mindful of the scope of services and meeting times in comparison to the Hare Krishnas, who have 7 services every weekday. It is also interesting that each one of these small congregations have more parking than the ISKCON project. The First Congregational United Church of Christ on North Broadway, the 4-lane portion, has about 100 parking stalls. They hold 1 Sunday service at 10 a.m. The Crossing Church of Escondido, located at 1001 West Country Club Lane, another 4-lane collector road with 122 parking stalls and multiple access points. They hold 2 Sunday services at 9 and 10:30 a.m. and a small monthly midweek event. Gloria Day Lutheran Church, located nearby at 1087 West Country Club Lane, also a 4-lane collector with 83 parking stalls and multiple entrances. They hold 1 Sunday service at 9 a.m. and a small Wednesday noon service. There are also 2 monasteries in North Escondido. Excuse me if I mess these up. Phat Vong Monastery, located at 410 North Ash Street on the corner of North and Ash and Vista Avenue, and Deer Park Monastery bordering Daly Ranch. Both operate as quiet, contemplative centers with very limited parking and minimal visitor traffic. The Hare Krishna is not just another monastery, it is a regional and international destination. In North Escondido, our churches and monasteries coexist peacefully because their operations fit their surroundings. This proposal does not. It breaks the balance and threatens the safety, peace, and livability of our neighborhood. All the churches listed have at least 2 entrances and exits. The ISKCON project has only 1 and is located on a hill with cars coming off of a blind corner. This is not the place for the ISKCON project, and we urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jerome Molnar. And as a reminder, in the Mitchell Room, I will be calling you soon. We have about 35 more speakers in here, so just wanted to let you know for time purposes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jerome Molnar, And I live in the Rocky Point Ranch, where I've been there for 30 years. And I'm also urging you to vote no on the ISKCON facility. My objections that I'm talking about today is mainly is also traffic oriented, but mainly due to the festivals. And the staff report notes that the project will host up to 3 major festivals with 200 to 350 attendees. And while that may be accurate at first or based on what they're already doing in their current facility, it's reasonable to think that the number of both festivals and attendees will grow much higher as the public learns about the facility, and because ISKCON itself will have a larger and more traditional facility, which is what they want. The ISKCON facility, for example, in Spanish Fork, Utah, is a 10,000 square foot facility on 15 acres, and it's actually had festivals with attendances of 35 to 40,000 people over a 2-day period. They also had a fairly recent Festival of Color that had about 15,000 people attend. So the mitigated negative declaration fails to adequately account for the traffic and parking impacts associated with gatherings of even the 200 to 350 attendee number. The transportation analysis is based on what's already been talked about, the average daily trip generation, which claims the project will generate 197 daily trips, which is just 3 shy of the 200 needed to trigger an enhanced environment report. The number doesn't make sense for the size of this project and seems to ignore the kind of traffic spikes that will happen during festivals from the potential growth of both regular attendees and visitors. To suggest that hundreds of vehicles could come and go from a narrow 2-lane road without exceeding significant thresholds is unrealistic. The traffic model never analyzes how those 200 to 350 cars will circulate, park, and depart safely from a road that is substandard in width right now and in places not even 2 full lanes, and there's no sidewalks. Council members, this is a major oversight, one that poses real safety, congestion, and quality of life concerns for residents. Before any approval is considered, I urge you to require comprehensive, realistic traffic and parking analysis that fully accounts for festival events and the true scale of this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Pamela Molnar.
Good evening, councilman, and mayor. My name is Pamela Molnar, and I live on Rocky Point Way. I've been a resident of Escondido for 30 years, and I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. I'd like to speak briefly about the parking capacity proposed for the ISKCON project. The plan includes 72 parking spaces, which technically exceeds the city's minimum requirement for an ordinary religious use by about 15 spaces. On paper, that might sound adequate, but in practice, it is far from sufficient. This project anticipates large-scale events drawing hundreds of attendees, and 72 spaces will not come close to meeting that demand. The staff report even assumes attendance will be based on households rather than individuals, which significantly underestimates the true parking need. It also mentions that 25 on-street spaces could be available. But as we know, on-street parking cannot be formally counted toward meeting project requirements. That assumption doesn't solve the problem. Instead, it simply pushes the overflow parking into surrounding rural neighborhoods where streets are narrow, lack sidewalks, and are not equipped to handle that kind of congestion. In short, this parking plan might meet the letter of the law, but it fails the test of reality, and it places the burden directly on the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Gustin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nicholas Gustin. I live in Rocky Point Ranch. I've been living in Escondido since 2013. I want to talk about fit, form, and function. fit. I don't believe that this will fit our area. No businesses down by at the end of Rincon are to this magnitude. So we're a quiet area. It's all subdivisions. This church, our temple, will not be a good fit. Form, they will not budge on their architecture. Everything in the area is mission, Spanish, stucco, and this is going to be a very traditional temple. And then the function. I understand that they're going to have to apply for temporary festivals. What happens, the question that is in my mind is what happens when they don't meet the expectations? More people show up than what was planned. People don't use the shuttles. They just try to go straight there and then they start taking parking anywhere they want. I don't believe that they can mitigate the amount of people that are going to come to their temple. I believe this temple is going to be beautiful. I believe a lot of people are going to want to be there. And I like how quiet my neighborhood is, and I don't believe that they're going to be a good fit. The temple, not the people, not the congregation. Well, when they all show up at once, not the people. All right. They want to build a traditional temple from where everyone will come to enjoy. We really don't want to live near a monument. Think Mount Soledad, what's going on over in that neighborhood. They have the cross up there. A lot of people, I believe there's a lot of Christians that live in that neighborhood, but they don't like how many people are coming up to the mountaintop and all the festivals that are held there, and they hate it. I believe that we're going to be bringing a lot of problems back to this city council because I don't think that they're going to mitigate the amount of people that are going to show up for their festivals. On their website right now, the homepage, a couple of days ago, they showed their festival that was in Balboa Park. They took over Balboa Park. There's plenty of parking there. I don't know how the amount of spaces and the size of the temple is going to hold everything. I don't think they're planning very well. Fire code, this has already been talked about. It's actually very high. It's not high, but the Planning Commission did receive the knowledge that it was high, and then they made a decision off of that. So I kind of find it unfair that they didn't take that into consideration for the misleading information. I don't know if they've revisited that. And then the food for visitors. So I'm a Navy veteran. I can see a loophole from a mile away. I understand that it's not marketed as a homeless outreach, that it's only going to be for visitors that show up. I'm worried about more than just temple people kind of showing up for these low-cost meals that they'll be providing. I don't think that they're going to market it as like for homeless. I don't think that they're going to market it for all these people that are going to be lingering around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and I apologize if I get this wrong, is it Mark Skok or Monk Skok? I apologize. I just Skok. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Mark. Okay. Perfect.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Skok, and I'm here to speak in support of the Temple project. My wife and I live on Briarwood Place, which is several hundred yards from the ISKCON property. At the recent Planning Commission hearing, I spoke against the project. Like all our neighbors, I expressed concerns about traffic, noise, and a possible influx of homeless people. So like everybody else, traffic is my biggest concern, especially given an additional 10 residences that would be included in the project, and the lack of egress from East Rincon Avenue in case of an evacuation order. However, I took to heart a comment from one of the planning commissioners that if this project cannot be built, the property could be sold to a developer who would build many more homes on that acreage. We can easily live with traffic going to and from Sunday services. And yes, the temple will host a number of events throughout the year, which may bring enough cars to require overflow parking onto local streets. But that would not be any more onerous than local folks hosting gatherings that have cars parking on the streets for a few hours at a time. For good reason, we call this stretch of road the Rincon Raceway. People going to and from church tend to drive slowly, at least when they're getting close to the church. better an influx of slower moving vehicles once a week, and really the traffic there would be on Sundays. I don't see a whole lot of traffic during the week for the additional services that they'd be having. But better an influx of slow-moving vehicles once a week than an additional 50 or more speeding back and forth each day. And again, if a wildfire requires prompt evacuation, the last thing we need is significantly more traffic backing up at Rincon and Conway. This temple is the preferable alternative to a housing development that would generate that constant daily traffic. Noise, area residents regularly host parties that make much more noise than we would hear from the temple. We all simply accept these parties as a reality of living in a community. Influx of homeless people. I'm going to trust the assurances that ISKCON will not be serving meals to the homeless, so the temple won't result in people setting up housekeeping in the nearby woods. And I will also trust that the city will be diligent about ensuring that unhoused people are, not living there. Property management. A number of church members will be speaking for the project. At the Planning Commission hearing, what I saw were quite a number of professionals. Given their substantial investment in the project, and this will be a very expensive project, I don't know the budget, but it'll be expensive, they'll be sure the property is properly managed. And in summary, I see this temple being an asset to the neighborhood, not a detriment. So my wife and I say yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alec Williams.
Good evening. I'm Alan Williams, and I live in Rocky Point Ranch. The agenda item reads as follows: ISKCON Residential Subdivision and Religious Facility. I find it telling that the title of the project begins with the word residential when there is no indication that any residences will be built. Why lead with residential? I can only speculate, but it seems intended to downplay the aspects of this proposal and instead suggest that it's somehow addressing California's so-called housing crisis. In truth, there's nothing residential about this project. It's equally interesting that the temple itself is referred to simply as a facility. That choice of language is not accidental. It seems designed to make the project sound unimposing and neutral, when in fact it is neither. It is an international facility, and it is freely described as much by ISKCON, or it's referred to as a church sometimes. One of ISKCON's own leaders, responding to an editorial that I wrote, proudly described the design as, quote, an architectural gem. And he's right. If your interest is in Hindu temples, it is indeed a striking structure. But it is also a magnet for attention and visitation. It will draw people to see it, to photograph it, and to visit, all by driving through a quiet, narrow, dead-end canyon in North Escondido that was never meant to handle this kind of traffic. Now returning to the so-called residential element, the project includes a 10-unit subdivision, yet the staff report clearly states these homes are not proposed for development at this time. That's on page 25 of the report. While future construction might undergo design review, the city still has an obligation under CEQA to provide meaningful analysis of all the potential impacts, including those of the residential component. Right now, there's no evidence that the staff has done so. By presenting this a residential subdivision and religious facility, the application paints an incomplete and misleading picture, one that minimizes some aspects of the project while exaggerating its housing intent. I respectfully disagree with my good neighbor. He is wrong on almost every single front, and as the residents have talked about, we would be happy with 60 residential homes built on this property, which is probably what it can handle. We would have a more predictable neighborhood. We would not be having festivals. We would have people that live in the community. It would make perfect sense that this neighborhood would be added to the other good neighborhoods that are already there. I urge you to vote no on this project, and the council to look beyond the title and consider what it truly is a large, highly visible temple project
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Your time is
in a
up.
location ill-suited for it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bethany Williams.
Good evening. My name is Bethany Williams, and I live at 2250 Creek Hollow Place. I've been a resident of Escondido for over 25 years, and I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. The project site is located in a rural area that connects to a narrow two-lane road with no outlet. This configuration presents serious safety and access challenges. Adding an international destination and an animal sanctuary creates an undue strain on local fire, police, and medical resources, which are already limited in this part of the city. City engineering and planning staff acknowledges concerns about infrastructure adequacy, yet no upgrades were required because the applicant denied the existence of an animal sanctuary or overflow parking lot. The reality is that both the sanctuary and an informal overflow parking area already existed on the property. This contradiction between what was represented and what is actually occurring is deeply concerning and undermines confidence in the validity of the project's application. The site also fails to meet minimum road width standards necessary for safe evacuation and emergency vehicle access. In particular, fire trucks and other emergency apparatus require clear, adequate turning space and consistent lane width to operate safely during emergencies. Approving a project that does not meet these minimum safety standards could expose the city to liability for property loss or even fatalities should emergency response be delayed or obstructed. We should not ignore lessons from past disasters. The Palisades fire, which destroyed more than 6,800 homes, began in an area with high fuel loads and limited evacuation routes, conditions nearly identical to this site. The same vulnerabilities exist here, yet the necessary mitigation measures and infrastructure improvements are absent. This project must be held to the same level of scrutiny as any other large, multifaceted development. ISKCON has presented this as a single-purpose international facility while concealing the broader scope of activities that are planned for this property based on their website, based to other temples. This strategy allows them to avoid the higher standards and requirements that should apply to a project of this scale. I respectfully urge the City Council to prioritize public safety, require full disclosure, appropriate infrastructure improvements, and proper emergency access before allowing this project to proceed. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Savoko.
Good evening, Council. Mike Silvical, resident of Escondido, Rocky Point Ranch. I was given a script to read about why this project's a bad idea, but I decided to go off script and just tell you the truth. But I want to qualify the truth with, the truth is oftentimes subversive, but that doesn't mean it's not the truth. And I think all parties here are well-intentioned. I think my Hare Krishna brothers and sisters are. I think the city staff's well-intentioned. I think Rocky Point Ranch is well-intentioned, and I think you all are well-intentioned. But I think the truth has gotten lost in a lot of the discussion. Number one, the truth is it's not a two-lane road. And you guys have all been out there, and in fact, as I was driving home today, there's two huge signs that say no outlet. No outlet means that's one way in and the only way out. And I don't know how anyone could argue that there's two lanes on each side that goes all the way through where it dead ends, and then there was ideas about, well, they might develop that. And in the fact that now it's a very high fire zone, this would be kind of irresponsible to approve this under the old data used by the city staff to evaluate it. There's also been a lot of accidents. I think the traffic study only included at Conway. I don't think it went back to Ash. I don't think it went back to Broadway. I don't think it went back to Center City. And I think if you look at all that and you look at the traffic it would bring, it would be irresponsible to allow more cars into that area, especially when it's in a very high fire zone. I saw in 2017 a guy on a motorcycle crossing through as I was coming the other way. He was going east on Rincon and someone ran a red light, smashed him, and he helicoptered in the air, fell on the ground, and he died. And I think more traffic would lead to more of that. There's a lot of memorials of people who have died in that area, and I think we need to be more responsible about adding something that would bring people. I would say let's pause on this. Let's have your staff go back, do a traffic study with recent data, look at the new information that says it's a high fire zone before you put a big temple there that's going to be very valuable to my Hare Krishna brothers and sisters and whatever homes they build, and let's make sure that it's appropriate for the area so folks can get in and out of there in case there is a fire. We get our power shut off by SDG&E all the time. And I would say this, you guys rely on the city staff to provide you information to make decisions, and they work for you. But I would say you work for us. And so hopefully you take into account the residents and what we want so that you can make the right decision for the community of Escondido. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Bristol.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for your attention to this matter. My name is John Bristol. I've lived at 2261 Creek Hollow Place for over 10 years. I've been a resident of Escondido for over 10 years, and I urge you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. I have a different take on all the traffic information that you've received so far. Twice in the 10 years that I've lived there, I have gone to make a left-hand turn out of our homeowners association, and with my daughter in the car, have almost had a T-bone accident at the intersection right before where the religious facility is going to be located. Those accidents stick very clearly out in my mind because I had to veer into oncoming traffic in order to avoid the collision with traffic that was coming down from the eastern end of the road. With the Planning Commission's own documentation raises a critical safety question. Would the project substantially increase hazards due to a geometric design feature such as a sharp curve or a dangerous intersection? Despite acknowledging this concern, the report concludes that there will be no significant impact on the traffic or circulation, but the conclusion simply does not match the reality of the situation. The proposed design abandons the original easement road and instead introduces a new driveway entrance about 20 yards east of the existing one. This change, made only to avoid interaction with their neighbor, property owner, comes at the cost of public safety. Anyone familiar with this section of the county road knows it is a steep, narrow, and includes a blind curve. Vehicles traveling downhill and westbound could suddenly encounter cars turning in or out of the new driveway. With almost no time to react, local residents may proceed with caution, but the ISKCON facility is expected to attract regional and even international visitors who will not have this familiarity. This design is not only flawed, it is dangerous. It creates a predictable and preventable traffic hazard, one that could easily result in serious accidents or even fatalities. I urge the city staff and planners and city council to reconsider this oversight. The safer and more responsible option is to use and improve the existing easement road as originally intended rather than introducing an unnecessary new access point that compromises safety. For the sake of public safety and the responsible city planning, please vote no on this project as currently designed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Stevenson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I want to make it perfectly clear, my comments are not prejudiced towards any religious practice of this proposed international facility. Our island parcel uses the applicant's road on the relinquished easement. The applicant's own legal counsel, Kevin Sullivan, has stated in a formal letter that ISKCON will honor the new road on the transition easement before or during any temple development. There's Kevin's letter right here. Yet he has never contacted me, the parcel owner, to confirm that equity. Therefore, if the subdivision is not hyperbole, we do not consent to relocating our water meter on a relinquished easement as they drafted it. Now let's talk about fire protection. The fire consultant, Firewise 2000, only evaluated 8 of the 24 acres, not the established amusement area where visitors have been congregating over the last 15 years. This area is where overflow parking magically disappeared and the applicants somehow denied having an animal sanctuary. The mitigated negative declaration also suggests the parcel or the project will comply with required fire protection measures, but offered very little discussion about their established facility on the 24 acres. Even Google Maps recognizes their address. You can plug it into Google Maps, and it says religious goods store and animal sanctuary. Here's your fire map that changed with CAL FIRE in the last 2025. It used to be a high fire zone, and as I remember, the fire marshal said it was a high fire zone, and all these contingencies for the project depended on the high fire zone, but in 2025, May of 2025, that condition has changed. 3 months ago, she said that it was a high fire zone, but it's a very high fire zone according to CAL FIRE classification. This is an extraordinary understatement of risk. How can a city's major use permit disregard a 15-year cultural establishment on the same parcel and at the same time avoid the state's own fire code 50312, which directly mandates secondary city access road due to the CAL FIRE's new classification? Imagine the liability of a Maui or Palisades fire in Escondido where people can't evacuate. There are no excuses. At the very minimum, the 24-acre location with the revised CAL FIRE classification must be revised with secondary city access roads to the east or to the north.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Your time has expired.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Our next speaker is Elias Velasquez.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Elias Velasquez, and I urge you to vote yes on this project. I'm born and raised in Escondido. I'm proud to say that, and to say that my upbringing here has exposed me to a wide variety of different cultures and faiths, all unique and help make the city special. Anyone familiar with Escondido history knows that faith and religion were instrumental in making the city what it is today, both in the people it brought here and the values we see our city represent. So when a new faith wants to open a site here, my first thought is, wow, a new group of folks committed to community and service above self are moving in. One more amazing facet of our city, providing culture and exposure to many in our community, my community, the Latino community, who otherwise might never get to see this slice of life. Unfortunately, despite meeting fire zone requirements, exceeding fire zone protections, passing a city traffic impact analysis, and it being a much smaller project than the one that was proposed 20 years ago, some of our community have stood in opposition to this project. And I think it raises serious questions about who we are as a city. Are we a city for everybody? One that values the different cultures in our city, especially as we are a quote-unquote minority-majority city made up of different backgrounds? I personally stand for this project and think it will add a lot to our city and fits within the council's stated priorities. I also think local businesses will be happy to have a new group of folks going to their stores after services. I hope our city continues to be one that is welcoming and proud of its different backgrounds. And I have to think, 25, 50, 100 years from now, when this temple and its congregation is an amazing and inseparable part of our city identity, what would we like our history today to be, with how we welcome them to become an important part of our community? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carmen Molina Boomer.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name's Carmen Molina Boomer, and I've lived in Rocky Point Ranch for 25 years, first at Stone Valley Place, and then now presently on Rocky Point Way. I've been a resident of Escondido for 47 years, and I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. Let's be clear about what really is taking place here. The 11,767 square foot proposed project by ISKCON is not a small neighborhood temple facility. It's a major assembly space. By any reasonable standard, a building of that size can accommodate at least 450 people, possibly up to 850. That's hundreds of vehicles, hundreds of people arriving, leaving along the narrow, dead-end rural road. The impacts on traffic, safety, and emergency response would be substantial. And while we're told that this is a scaled-down version of a previous plan, it's important to remember that the earlier plan was a 32,000 square foot facility that a prior council approved. In that earlier version, if that version had moved forward, we'd be looking at the capacity of over 4,000 people on the same dead-end road. The fact that anyone ever considered that proposal acceptable is frankly shocking. It was and would be irresponsible and dangerous to the surrounding community, and as it's currently proposed, it still will be. Now the applicant and their supporters want to frame this smaller design as though they're doing the city a favor, as though reducing to 32,000 square feet to just under 12,000 is somehow an act of generosity and compromise. But in truth, even this smaller version remains far too large for this dead-end Box Canyon location with the infrastructure and the safety constraints that exist here. This council has the chance to correct a mistake from the past. You are not bound by previous poor decisions or incomplete analysis. You have the responsibility to evaluate the facts as they are today, and I urge you to do so with full understanding of the traffic, noise, environmental, and multifaceted safety implications that come with a facility of this scale. This is your opportunity to make a responsible decision, one that puts community safety, sound planning, and common sense ahead of pressure and precedent. Please do not repeat the errors of the past. Do what is right for the city, for the neighborhood, and for the residents who will live with the consequences. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Stubblefield.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Stubblefield, and I live in Rocky Point Ranch, the development right next to the proposed project. I have lived in Escondido since 1961. 25 years ago, I spoke in this to the council members against this project, and I'm still against it. I'm going to take a little different viewpoint from my other people that have spoken. It has been reported that homelessness in Escondido has dropped by 23.4% from 2024 to 2025. I'm sure there are sophisticated mechanisms behind how those numbers are counted, but I can tell you that those of us who actually live in the north part of the city, those who drive the Center City Parkway every day, that statistic doesn't match what we see. We've seen more people living on the streets, not fewer. Specifically, there have been a visible increase in homeless population along Rincon Avenue. when we would, the encampment that was on the corner of Iris and Center City, when we would call and report that situation, the dispatchers were always kind, and the officers would follow up. But without cooperation from the property owner, we were told there was little that could be done. Finally, that place was cleaned up, but it took a long time for that to happen. I go to the community, I have a garden at the community garden. Almost daily, I see homeless people encamp there. We even had a homeless individual try to camp on one of our greenbelt areas in our development. I walk almost every day throughout the neighborhood, and on Tuesdays when our trash pickup is there, I encounter some homeless people going through our trash cans. If you follow Conway north to Cleveland Avenue, you'll find if you turn right, it ends in a dead end. Over the years of my walks, I've encountered a number of RVs and cars with people sleeping in them there, not just for one night, but for many days. I saw one car that was parked there for probably 6 months. It would leave, but it would come back. That's exactly what worries me about the ISKCON project. The planned homes, to my knowledge, have no time frame for when they're going to be built. That leads me to believe they may never be built. A large portion of that 24 acres then becomes undeveloped, approximately 20 acres. That creates a real risk that people, transients, and even others who come and go could end up staying there for extended periods of time. And we've seen how difficult it is for law enforcement to act once people are allowed to remain on private property. We are strongly opposed to that potential. Their own material describes that the international facility traditionally provides a dining hall where, for one modest,
Your time has expired,
one
Mr.
modest
Stubblefield.
price.
Thank you so much. Your time has expired. Oh, sorry. Our next speaker is Alan Williams. Alan Williams? Yes. Oh, Alec. My apologies.
My name is Alec Williams, and I live at Rocky Point Ranch. I've been a resident of Escondido for 15 years, and I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. The animal sanctuary is an integral part of the activities taking place on the 24-acre property. The residents living in the adjacent house, located next to what is also known as the Krishna Farm, serve as attendants to the cows and bulls that reside there. Currently, there are between 5 and 6 cows and bulls on the property. However, City Code allows ISKCON to maintain up to 24 grazing cows on this semi-rural site. According to ISKCON's own distributed materials, cows hold deep spiritual and cultural significance within the Krishna faith. They are regarded as sacred and treated as family members, much as dogs might be cherished in other households. Given this, it is reasonable to conclude that the cows are central to the religious practice and identity of the Krishna community. This raises a critical question. If cows are indeed such an integral part of the Krishna faith, and ISKCON's own teachings confirm that they are, how can the community or the city council reasonably believe that members will not wish to visit, tend to, or otherwise engage with the animals when present on the property? What is most concerning is that the animal sanctuary is not mentioned anywhere in the conditional use permit. Moreover, ISKCON representatives explicitly denied the sanctuary's existence during the September 23rd Planning Commission meeting. This omission and denial appear inconsistent with observable facts and public records, and understandably raise questions about transparency and intent. Opponents of the project have repeatedly stated that the submitted plan fails to reflect the full scope of activities that will take place on the property. By omitting or denying existing uses, particularly those tied so closely to ISKCON's core religious practices, The application presents an incomplete and misleading picture of the site's operation. As reflected in the audio record of the Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Corey Gustafson specifically cited concerns about the animal sanctuary as a key factor in his decision to vote no on the conditional use permit. I urge the City Council to do the same. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Durd. Richard, last name D-U-R-D. Richard?
Mayor, City Council, thanks for letting us speak. I have a couple of issues that I want to discuss here. I know Joe's our representative, but for the rest of you, I would urge, get up early one morning and travel north on Ash, going by Rincon. Look at the traffic that's there. Everybody says there's the traffic study that's done is valid. Please go on North Broadway. Look at the traffic that's at North, the school that's on the corner of Ash and or Broadway and Country Club. And then we've got the new elementary school. Look at all the traffic that's in North County caused by the new schools that have opened up, and tell me the traffic studies are valid. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was I had the opportunity to walk the easement with Councilman Garcia, and we were greeted with open hostility going up that road. It's an easement road. The caretakers that were there were very displeased that there was a group of people coming up to look at what was proposed for that site. We just, as concerned community members, we wanted to see what we were getting involved with. Councilman Garcia was kind enough to give them a card so that they knew who they were dealing with. But I just wanted to bring that up. I don't know what kind of neighbors they're going to make with open hostility towards a group of neighbors that are just trying to see what's going on a public easement. That's all I've got. Thanks very much.
Our next speaker is Carrie Knuckles.
Hi, my name is Carrie Knuckles, and I'm a resident of San Marcos, 4 years. And good evening to all the council members and the mayor. And I'm just here to represent our Lord God of the Bible. And he says in Deuteronomy 28 that you will be blessed if you follow all his commandments and listen carefully to the voice of your God. And the Lord will bless us. But when we partner with the gods of other nations, it says in Deuteronomy 28:14, do not turn aside from any of the words which I am commanding you today, to the right or to the left, to follow and serve other gods. So I would like to impose this ISKCON because it's inviting on our land of Escondido and California the gods of other nations. So if you're a Christian, I hope you take this to heart because the Lord sent me here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Virginia Bishop.
I just want to let everybody know at 7 o'clock we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Virginia Bishop is our next speaker. Virginia Bishop? I just want to make sure. Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I know. And thank you in the Mitchell room again. We'll be coming to you shortly, but that'll most likely be after the break. And if we don't mind, just real quick, I know we're about to have public speaking again, so let's let our public speaker have the floor. Thank you.
Ready?
Great.
Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Virginia Bishop, as you
I live very close to the cross street of Rincon and there's a four-way stop there, and it's very concerning to me because the traffic-wise, let me just start with traffic-wise, sorry. After you go to Broadway on Rincon, there's that one light, and it's a real nice light, and everything works well. Then there's one stop sign, and then after that, there's on Rincon and Conway, on the way down to the dead end, which would be on Rincon, there's a four-way stop, just traffic coming, going, that's it, and four-way stop. And it gets pretty congested there during traffic time. So that's one of my main concerns. Well, actually, not one of my main concerns. Learning about the large animals on the property is very concerning, very worrying to me. So much involved with animals, especially cows. The ongoing food distribution program would attract transient populations seeking shelter and food, which you've heard about all of that from other residents. Code enforcement is limited on weekends, so if there are spontaneous temple activities, there's not going to be anybody who's going to come out. I think that Escondido is a wonderful city. My kids went to school here, and I just think it's great that we can have financial things that help our city, and I like the financial aspect of this beautiful building, but that's it. The architects are going to be making a lot of money, builders, all that. As far as the residents go, we're going to be affected in negative ways, as you've heard all of our negative ways. And we have to sacrifice. We have to do all the sacrificing what we're accustomed to, our peace, our quiet, our safety. It's a huge sacrifice for each and every one of the residents around there, not to mention the fire concerns, and not even to mention the wear and tear on roads, new taxes for us. It's I just can't find anything positive except for the fact that the city will make some money. And there probably will be some jobs with the builders and stuff, but Escondido doesn't allow unions, so we know what kind of builders it's going to be. Probably more than likely not union builders.
And thank you, Ms. Bishop. Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. And I am vote no. Please, 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 pay you vote no on this ISKCON. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Davids. Thomas David? Okay, no problem. No problem. Our next speaker is David Bridges. David Bridges? Okay. Our next speaker is Rupal Sojitra.
Good evening. Thank you for considering this on tonight's agenda. I have my notes. I first moved here in 1985, attended Juniper Elementary School, followed by Del Dios, and after graduating college, returned to work for a family business that's here in Escondido and still in business to this day, celebrating its 40th year. I'm proud to be associated with Escondido, both having lived here and worked here since 1985. I think the temple in the city would be a positive addition to the community more than it would be a detraction or a negative. It would bring a place for people to celebrate their faith, be a service to the Escondido community, and another way to strengthen the community and the social fabric of our town. Faith is something that's deeply personal to so many people, and no matter what religion, it is something that we can all find common ground on. Faith is something that roots us, and I think we need more of that. And it would be a place for the next generation of Hindus to also be able to take up and learn, find their faith and become more faithful members of our community. I hope that we can find that common ground as we move through this process. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neha Prasad.
Sorry, can I have a second? I need the glasses now. Good evening. My name is Neha, and I wanted to come up here to tell you a few things. One, when you are saying no to the temple, you are saying no to me as your neighbor and my family. So let me tell you about myself. Decades ago, I was that little girl that walked past your homes going to Miller School, went to Baptist Preschool. I went to Del Dios Middle School, and Eagles class of 2025, San Pasqual High School. We just had our 30th year reunion. Today, I'm an environmental engineer. My husband is a neuroradiologist. Together, we are raising our beautiful children, an 11-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old son. You and I have so much in common, like kids scrolling way too much. And maybe city council can change the year of driving, because I don't think my 16-year-old should be driving. When you're saying no, again, to the temple, you're saying no to people like my parents. My parents, 2 decades ago, when the fires were roaring through, they were living in a senior community, individual housing, and I pleaded with them, because I wasn't in the area, to leave. And what did they do? They went to every neighbor, turned off the gas line, and made sure everyone got out. They were the last ones out. Those are who you're saying no to. These are the neighbors. I understand change is scary, and especially change that you don't know what it looks like, and that's why I'm here. I want you to know that I am what the temple represents. I did read in some media publications that the HOA was saying that we were incompatible with the neighborhood character. So I wanted to ask, what does that mean? The values of our temple teach kindness, honesty, compassion, nonviolence, service, and responsibility. But these aren't Hindu values. These are the same values that make up all of our faiths and the community of Escondido that I was raised in. There are many churches nearby, as has been said. One of the churches I saw has 7 services a day. You probably live near your church. Just to let you know, we're all professionals with children. None of us are getting up in the middle of the day to drive through San Diego traffic to come to the temple. So when you're talking about temple traffic, I would like to agree with one of your resident friends. We're looking at maybe a Saturday and Sunday service. For me, it's Saturdays because my husband stuck to the TV on Sundays. So with that, I just want to say approving this temple is not about making Escondido different. It's about affirming what's always been true about this city, of all faiths and backgrounds and cultures are living side by side. So Mayor White and Councilwoman Martinez, I appreciate the voice you give to the people unheard. Councilman Garcia, I think you and I are anteaters, and I appreciate your service in the Peace Corps and how you bridge gaps. Councilwoman Fitzgerald, your commitment to safety is admirable, and places of faith have low crime rates. And to Councilman Garcia, as a pastor and a person of faith, you understand that faith is more than just one religion. It's about service. So today, I am asking all of you neighbors, I am not coming here to shove something down your throat. I want to be your neighbor. I want us to talk about YouTube shorts. I want us to be good neighbors and good friends. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Raymond Felix.
Hi, my name is Raymond Felix. I live at 1254 Rocky Point Way. I've been a resident of Escondido for 38 years. I'm urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. Good evening, Councilman and Mayor. I want to begin by pointing out that community awareness of this project has been extremely limited. While I believe the city staff have met the basic procedural requirements for the notification, the location of the public notice sign tells a different story. The sign was at a place at the very edge of the city and county line on a dead-end road where virtually no one could see it. As a result, most residents were unaware that such a significant project was even being proposed. To help raise awareness, our community group created a YouTube video explaining the project. That video alone reached over 400 residents. We also circulated both electronic and hard copy petitions to gauge community sentiment and collected nearly 200 signatures from residents who expressed clear opposition to the project. This effort was not about stirring conflict. It was about making sure we were accurately representing the voice of the neighborhood and giving the residents a chance to be heard. Interestingly, after the petition began circulating, we learned that ISKCON representatives were collecting their own signatures, not near the project site, but in front of the Home Depot across town. I myself was confronted by a gentleman as I was loading my items in the vehicle, asking if I had a moment to hear him out. In his hands, he held papers, and at the top, a rendering of the temple, and behind were pages of already acquired signatures. The solicitor began by saying he was out gathering signatures to support building a church in rural North Escondido for the city council. To be clear, the city does not compel any applicant to collect signatures in support of the project. This tactic misrepresents the process and misleads the public. ISKCON wants to present itself as a good neighbor and a local place of worship, but actions like these the lack of transparency, misleading outreach, and off-site petitioning have left the community feeling misled, excluded, and discouraged. As one of our neighbors said in the Union Tribune, it's difficult to stomach. I urge the council to recognize that this project has not received genuine community input or awareness, and to ensure the public participation and honesty are held to the highest standard moving forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sasi B. Sasi, S-A-S-I. Nope, okay. Our next speaker is Kulin Tantod. And this will likely be our last speaker because then it'll be approaching 7 for a break.
Good evening. My name is Kulin Tantod. I'm a family physician here in Escondido at Neighborhood Healthcare. When I was a kid, my dad used to take us to the ISKCON temple in Los Angeles. I remember the incense and the cool marble floors. I remember the joyful singing and the Sunday feast. We lived in the inner city. We were surrounded by poverty, drugs, prostitution, homelessness. But the temple was the opposite of all that. It was peaceful, it was inspirational, and it was sacred. Those experiences inspired me to serve God and His children through medicine and community service. And that's why I support the building of the temple here in Escondido. Places of worship bring inspiration, hope, and healing. They strengthen community and reflect our country's founding ideals of tolerance, freedom of belief, and the right to the pursuit of happiness. I understand our neighbors' concerns about traffic, noise, safety. We don't take those lightly. But your own planning commission studied them and confirmed the project meets all city and environmental requirements. I trust this council will make its decision with fairness and courage, not guided by fear or pressure, but by the duty to uphold justice and the right of all citizens. Please approve this temple so it can serve as a source of peace and inspiration for generations to come. Thank you.
We are going to adjourn for about 5 minutes, and then when we reconvene the meeting, we're going to jump right back into it and call public commenters. Thank you.
Great, and as everyone grabs their seat, we're going to get started here momentarily. Quick reminder to our friends in the Mitchell room, you will be having an opportunity to speak as well, but just know that the microphone is live in Mitchell room, so we'll hear anything that you say right now. So once we resume speakers coming in this room, we'll just allow the individual speaker the floor. With that being said, our first speaker here in the council chambers is going to be Sunandra Iyengar, and I just want to let you know, as she comes to the podium, there were about 92 speaker slips submitted by people who said they support the project, but said they did not want to speak. But I did have some individuals come to me and say they do, some of you do want to speak now at this time. So instead of going through the entire list, once we get through all of the people who do want to speak, I'm just going to open it up to the floor to anyone who wants to can come forward to the podium. So that'll be in a few minutes, but right now, Ms. Iyengar, you can come forward. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Sunanda Iyengar, and I don't have too much to say, but I know that everything has been reviewed. As far as the traffic is concerned, that Pacific Beach Temple is so small, and still, during the weekdays, there is not too many people. It never gets crowded. And during festivals, it's late in the evening, and that's when people come. And they will find parking somewhere or the other. There is no official parking spot for the Pacific Temple, and there has been no problem. No clogging up of traffic or no such thing due to the ISKCON members. That's, of course, I know formal review has to be done, and it has been done. And secondly, one should understand the Hindu temples, there aren't very many. There are so many churches around, and that's not where we pray. We pray in our Hindu temple. There is a Sikh temple in Escondido, a couple of Buddhist temples. They're all very good. We have visited them, but that's not where we pray. We have to pray in ISKCON. That's our official place of prayers and religion outside of our homes. And so the Hindus who need to go to the ISKCON, they don't have really a place of worship other than the Pacific Beach Temple, which is so far down south. And while people age, they cannot, even I myself find it very hard to go to ISKCON, so I've stopped going for almost 4 months or so. And I don't know if I'll ever be able to go regularly like the way I did before. So I understand that similarly this situation continues with a lot of people who have come to Escondido and surrounding places like San Marcos and things like that. I have lived in Escondido since 2002, so I'm completely isolated because of the situation here where there are no temples in the vicinity, and I pray that you approve this temple, and I vote for the temple. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vijay Joshi. Vijay Joshi. Okay. Our next speaker is, one moment. I'm so sorry. Mithika Malawapalik. Is that a Mythici? Is that name?
Mythila, it's Maithili Malampalli.
Oh, is that someone in the Mitra room? Okay, hold on one moment. Is that one of our friends in the Mitra room? Okay, you can come forward to the podium. Your time starts.
Thank you everyone for this opportunity. Hi, my name is Maithili. When we moved to the Escondido, we immediately loved the diversity this city offers. It's wonderful to see churches, monasteries, and people of many faiths living together in harmony. As a Hindu family, we currently travel about 25 miles to reach to the nearest temple. That long drive can be difficult, especially for our elders and children, but we do it because the faith and community are important to us. And Hindu community is one of the fastest growing in Escondido and San Marcos. And having a temple here would mean so much, not just for worship, but for it represents a temple is a place where we can teach our children values, practice prayers and reflection, and engage in the community service. And ISKCON is very much involved in community service for years. And we want to be part of this beautiful Escondido community and this diverse fabric. This is what we loved when we moved into the Escondido. And there are 2 monasteries, multiple churches, and Sikh Gurudwara is also there. So we would love to have one Hindu temple here. And because we know that this is the place and very inclusive and very beautiful and diversity of the community. Allowing a Hindu temple here would strengthen the sense of inclusion and provide a spiritual home for many families like ours. This is not about us anymore. This is about for the future generations of the kids, what we are going to hold up to our values and inclusion and the diversity. This is what we would like to, and this is for the brightest future of the Escondido city. And please allow this temple to be built. And we would like to vote yes for ISKCON temple. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Vamsi Vasrati. Vamsi Vasrati, Vamsi.
Yes.
Okay.
The Mitchell.
Oh, thank you. And before you begin speaking, sorry, so some of these have been submitted for our friends in the Mitchell room. I just want to bring up their camera so that way they can see you when you're speaking, but you can begin your comments now, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear council members and mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak. There are three parties in this room. Two parties are exercising their rights, and one party, which is you, the council members, who is here to do your duty. The parties who are presenting their respective cases are emotionally attached to their own positions, rightly so. That is why we get to see many traffic experts, fire experts, environmental experts, and so on, except none of them are certified experts. But facts do matter. City experts reviewed traffic reports, fire mitigation plans submitted by the project initiators. Based on these facts, prepared by certified experts, the city staff team recommended you to vote in favor of the project. The planning commission too voted in favor of the project based on these facts. I request you to consider the facts, nothing but the facts presented to you by the certified experts, and vote in favor of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Usha Maiden. Usha Maiden. Our next speaker is Sanjay Kuruvati. Sanjay Kuruvati.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Let's go to the basics. First of all, I'm here to say yes in a vote for the ISKCON project. Just going to the basics, if you remember this property, before anybody does any buying of a religious, like a place to construct, they always get an idea if it can be constructed. So back in 2000, it was already approved, and so when we went with all the rules and regulations and back and forth, it was already approved. It was already done, bigger project, bigger in everything, and because later the Great Depression came, the funds weren't there, and it got extended, and here we are again, going for the second time. So from the last time, the concerns, the fire emergency access, the fire marshal was here, and she 2 to 3 times, they were asking her, and she says totally it's safe, or it goes through the regulations or the study that they have. It totally can be done, and she doesn't see any danger from the back, where the property is and where the temple will be constructed. And second thing is even if there were to be no construction in that area and somebody were to construct, like the gentleman said, like 80 to 100 homes, or it could be an apartment complex of 200, 300 people, multiply 200 apartments, to 3 people, to 4 people in an apartment, and you have, multiple number of people using the same road. In this tradition, at least ISKCON, from the morning during the day, they have very, very few people visiting the temple because everybody, at least in the Indian background, everybody's working, everybody's busy. Anything that happens, is on the weekends, on a Sunday, like it happens like any other church, on Sunday, we have the Sunday, gathering. And we already have a small little temple, in the Pacific Beach, and this another small temple, so people can decide where they want to go. So I also don't see any environmental impact, surrounding the neighborhood. It already passed, or it already went through all the tests in all that. Just as a reminder, Indian community, you all know that it's doctors, engineers, researchers in biotech, technology entrepreneurs. It's one of the only ones, I would say. Hinduism and Buddhism are I would think, the most compassionate, because we don't even, eat meat. We're like vegetarians, and we go to the next level. So I think everybody should, be open, to more compassion if they're talking about Jesus or they're talking about any other religious background. And please, do not
Thank you, Mr.
block.
Kurgarden. Your time has expired. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vikram Kuravati.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I live in Daxi Lane near Felicita and Gamble Lane intersection. Within 2 miles of my house, in the residential community, at least there are 10 churches. Inside, some of them are not on any access roads or anything. In between the houses, we have churches. There's no problem with that. My request is, why do we have a problem with the temple? It's one temple we are asking, not 10 temples, like 10 churches or so many churches we have in Escondido. And there is a unique purpose to these temples, right? We are not spreading any illegal activities, or sorry for bringing that, but it is having a faith, it's having belief and everything. And the architecture, and some of the people mentioned about traffic. There's traffic everywhere. It is increased, not just in Escondido, not just in some of our neighborhoods. Everywhere it is increased, if you think about. And coming to architecture, there is a scientific value for it. It has, like how cell phone towers has signals that is spreading. That's how the Indian architecture and temple architectures are. It is built in a way to spread positive energy and everything. So there is specific reasons why it is built in the way it is built, and it is not a deteriorating factor, but it is actually a positive factor. So please consider to say yes to this temple. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dartha Kalu. Dartha Kalu.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. See, I learned different languages because of the culture difference. Even though I'm from India, I learned different languages to survive here and live here. At the same time, we also learn other culturals and how to be a good citizen in this society. So here we are to support ISKCON temple, where only highly educated professionals, spirituality they are teaching. So they are not teaching anything other than that. So they are going to bring a good citizen for the community, which will help the community to grow next level. So remaining other traffic issues and other issues, which can be worked out and which already they looked into that. But more than anything else, this temple is going to teach the citizens and bring the good citizens and teach them the value of the family, so that our community will be safe and we all will be happy. For that reason, myself and my family, my community, everybody say yes to the temple. Please help us to vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Arjun Jalin. Arjun Jalin. Oh, thank you. So great.
Good evening, council members. I never thought it would be such a challenge to build a temple in Escondido. My name is Arjun Jain. I live next door in Rancho Bernardo, Poway area. I've been here for 40 years. This is a wonderful project that Escondido should be proud of. It brings gentle-natured people, peace-loving, law-abiding folks together in this community. As previous colleagues have stated, most of us are teachers, engineers, business owners, working as employees. We have families, just like you. We are not strangers. We are not coming into don't look at us as strangers. The current project is a scaled-down version of what was approved 20 years back. It is really unfortunate that there is still some same fear-mongering about strangers coming into our neighborhoods. I've been hearing this kind of nonsense in Rancho Bernardo, in Poway. It's the same old script. Concerns about traffic, noise, fire. All of these have been investigated and addressed by your capable staff. Planning department, city staffers, commissioners, they have all approved this project. It was 30 years ago that I first learned about this project, about building a temple in Escondido. 30 years ago. I hope this time the temple will be built. I fully support this project and ask all of you to proudly approve this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Misty Cater-Clark. Misty Cater-Clark.
Hello, Council, Mayor. I've been an Escondido resident for over 30 years, and I do live on Briarwood Place. I didn't come here thinking I was going to speak, but then I realized I'm really not doing my civic duty if I don't. So I am here to ask you to please move forward with this project. My backyard does face the temple. I've been envisioning it for over 20 years. I'm ready for it to be built. Gosh, I'm nervous, sorry. I have talked to my neighbors. I've read some of the information. I have not studied the traffic reports or anything like that. I have seen the videos. I am a little concerned because we do have a nice little mountain right behind us, and we do have fire problems, but the temple is not going to get in the way of that. The temple, I believe, is going to help us. That energy is going to help us. It's going to be a beautiful facility. The parking, as people have talked about, in the beach areas, there's really not a problem. And as I go through our community of Escondido, and I do see so many churches and monasteries and just all this spiritual energy, this needs to be here. It belongs here. And it's been on the books forever. So I don't quite understand why it hasn't gone through. So my heart is asking you to look at your information, your reports, everything you have that says yes, 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 and just go ahead and say yes and move forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Juan Beltran. Juan Beltran. All right. Our next speaker is Kanita Gina. Kanita Gina. Great.
Good evening, Council. I have been a resident in Escondido for the last 10 years. I live right off Rincon and Leonard, and I'm an occasional volunteer at the Temple Farm, talking about domesticated sanctuary I have volunteered and seen only the maximum 3 cows and a horse. And I live right across the equestrian, which has 50 horses. So there is no concern about it being an animal sanctuary. I walk my dog every Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, off Rincon and Conway. I've never had any issues. I've never seen an accident in that area except for way back in Broadway and Country Club. So no traffic issues. There is a huge project right in the corner, Bizarre Homes, which has so many homes, which has passed all the permits of noise, traffic, everything you can talk about. And I don't know why this project is getting so much resistance from the neighbors. The fire hazard, 25 years. I don't think there's been a fire at the property. In fact, once the property gets built, all the brush will be cleared. Most of the eucalyptus trees that are fire hazard would be cleared for the property to be built. And installing the extra fire hydrants and the pipeline and the alertness of the community will, actually save homes rather than bringing a fire hazard. So, how many of us have done yoga and meditation here? I'm sure even the neighbors have heard about yoga and meditation. We're going to have a beautiful hall, which is going to have yoga, meditation, Hindu classes for children, educating not only on Hinduism, but also compassion, being compassionate to other humans, bringing positivity to the community. Also, Escondido has Deer Park Monastery, which is a beautiful monastery if anybody of you have visited. Correct? It doesn't bring any tourism. It brings more spirituality to the area. There's a monastery right off Ash. It's a huge property right off Ash, I think. And it's a huge, beautiful property. There has been no issues about noise, traffic, nothing. They have Sunday school for children, and everybody comes out happy. So what yes for the temple?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kashava Prasad. Our next speaker is Vinod Kuruvadi. Vinod Kuruvadi.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Vinod Kuruvadi. Once upon a time, I used to live in Escondido. My father, in fact, for many, many years, lived and he owned 1154 Rocky Point Way. So he was there for quite a bit while. Our family has been involved with this temple, Hare Krishna temple, for many, many years ago. So first time when we came, we were surprised to see that time. I'm talking about 2000. On the first hearing, there were more than 150 residents. And I was comparing that time and now, and exactly the same mantra here, exactly 4 things that are coming again and again, is that traffic and residential characteristic and fire. And so they were coming, and that time also, I remember us spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and showing everything, going through all the reports for 2 years, going in front of the planning commissioners, going in front of all the council meetings, and finally approved. And then after that, all this depression and everything came. And now we are going through again, and I thought second time is going to be extremely easy. They have seen us, they know us, they have known us now for 25 years. It's going to be piece of cake. We are going to get in there. Here, the reason my father left is that, he can't drive all the way each Sunday to the temple there for 1.5 hours, coming both sides. And even here, my uncle is sitting there. He's 76 years old. He lives in Escondido, and many times he has to Uber, because he can't drive, and he doesn't have a temple. And there are so many people that could not come here. They are Escondido residents, but they spend their money. Like I have multiple investments here in Escondido, and a lot of people, they have their families in Escondido, but they don't have a single prayer house for them. So I request you to vote for this project. I respectfully request it. Some of the stuff, my time is up. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Saileja Kuravati.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dr. Saileja Kuravati, and I'm a dentist, and I live in Escondido. I would like to speak in favor of the Hare Krishna Temple. Somebody brought up the concern of excess traffic brought on by 6 daily services and its impact on nearby schools. But you need to know that generally no one except the residential monks attend these services. We all work, we have kids, we have grandkids in school also. So the rest of us pretty much attend the main Sunday service and occasionally not even that, sometimes a Saturday. But honestly, I haven't gone even to Sunday service in so long because now they're streaming on YouTube. So we watch on YouTube the entire service, and we have an elderly, my father-in-law is elderly, so he has mobility issues, so we just watch from YouTube and we watch the whole thing. So I don't see any concern for 6 daily services because nobody goes except the daily monks. They're complaining about excess noise through this temple. They're complaining about excess noise, but this temple will be located on a huge 24-acre parcel. So that just doesn't make sense. To the opposition, you do realize that if the temple is not built, the land is zoned for, I believe, 200 plus homes to be built. That will bring at least 400 more cars on a daily basis at multiple times in the day, clogging the roads and bring significant noise of all the people living in these 200 plus homes with their pets, dogs barking and howling at all hours of the night, and even greater fire hazards. I read a newspaper article where the opposition also complained that it will change the overall character of the neighborhood. It's a simple sandstone-colored structure designed to blend in with its surroundings, and you say it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. You say you'd rather have a very tall wall built so that it blocks your view of the temple. I believe that's a euphemism for Hinduphobia, and that's that you just don't like us because we seem different from you. Your hate is very palpable, and that's just sad. I think a lot of you don't understand who we are or what we stand for. Our religious beliefs dictate nonviolence, vegetarianism, being in harmony with nature and all living beings. No drugs, no smoking, no alcohol. We just believe in a holistic, peaceful lifestyle and doing the right thing. We practice meditation and strive to be better people every day. And we believe in loving and serving others with kindness and compassion. And no, meals to the homeless will not be served here, nor do they serve at our current temple in Pacific Beach either. ISKCON has a different program where cooked meals are taken downtown and distributed to the homeless people. Escondido is our home too, and we would be so happy to have a place to worship here locally. We're not here to fight. We're just fighting to exist. Please vote in favor of building the temple. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Murali Pasumarthi.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the City Council members. My name is Murali Pasumarthy. I'm here to support in favor of the project. Just to give you a brief background, I have 32 years of experience as a traffic engineering expert working for many public agencies right here in the county, and I've had the pleasure of working with some of the City Council members here on other projects elsewhere. I reviewed the technical analysis that was prepared by the applicant's consultants, and more importantly, the CEQA analysis that City Council staff have done, and I do want to acknowledge and applaud Veronica, Ivan, and the rest of the City of Escondido team for doing a very detailed, thorough CEQA analysis, which I'm sure will stand any challenge put by anyone else on the project. More importantly, I applaud the findings that came out of the CEQA review and the resulting mitigations and the required public improvements to address those mitigations were very thoroughly analyzed by the team. I certainly acknowledge the concerns that the residents have brought with regards to traffic study, adequacy or inadequacy of applying the Senate Bill 743, and whether use of VMT or level of service or intersection capacity deficiencies. Very valid, genuine concerns, but I do want to acknowledge that the consulting team that has put the traffic report together has done a thorough analysis. Any public agency, including all of the remaining 17 cities and the County of San Diego, would look to SANDAG that bases the trip generation rates that are used by any project of this nature. So the team has done a thorough job in analyzing the traffic issues and the traffic concerns. I do want to acknowledge the concerns raised by the community with regards to children walking, elders walking, ensuring safety. Very valid, very genuine concerns, and I acknowledge and applaud the community for raising those issues, but certainly want to address the fact that the applicant will be implementing the needed public improvements which provide safe walking and commuting in the area. The kind of sustainable improvements that the project is really bringing in, addressing the climate action plan and the sustainable, provide the tree canopy, are all going towards a complete streets project. So I urge you to vote in support of this project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vijay Navani.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council members. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the project. In Escondido, a new temple will be a vital addition to the community, serving as a landmark for spiritual growth and interfaith understanding. And this is not a landmark for people coming from outside, it's a landmark for the people that stay here. There will be open houses for interfaith understanding, which will kind of enhance this community. More than that, rather than continuing on what I was going to talk about, I would like to just deal with a couple of issues that were raised over here in opposition for the temple. And one of the ones that everybody's talking about is traffic. I have a son who is 25 years old now. When he was 3, he came up with a very bad medical condition because of which we didn't have any answers for, neither the doctors. We went, what was our solace? Our solace was our temple. Our solace was our friends. That didn't help us, okay, to some extent. I mean, that helped us to some extent, but it did not get us any answers. So what did we do? We went to the specialists. We started talking to the medical experts. We started getting medical opinions from different surgeons, okay? That's what we did. And their advice is what we followed. And today my son is 25 years old, and he's a graduate working in Los Angeles. What I'm trying to kind of point out over here is, yes, traffic concerns are concerns for all of us. Okay, it's not only for the existing members, it's for the people that are visiting the temple as well. I mean, if you look around here, all you see is families over here, and everybody has kids. I have 3 kids that I have been taking to the temple. Those kids are adults. They are going to be coming to this temple. And would I want them to come into a situation which was a traffic hazard? I don't think so. What do? We fall back on the experts. We listen to what the experts have to say and take their advice and go from there. All 3 of my kids have been visiting the temple at different times in Pacific Beach, along with me, and we mentioned the 7 different services over here. At some point or other, I have been there at all the different 7 occasions, and there's very few people there. I think they were very generous in the numbers that they put forward. It is only the Sunday services where people gather, that also in the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Navani. Your time
Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Scuthall. William Scuthall.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council. My name is William Southall. I'm actually a resident of La Mesa, but I come up here to Escondido and to the North County region as I have many friends here in audience and also extended family that live up here. I've been to the site where the temple is proposed to be built. And it is a wonderful place. Truly enjoy going there, and truly enjoy coming here to Escondido. A lot of the points that I was going to say have kind of been repeated by others, so I won't spend too much time just repeating. But one thing I'd like to point out is my experience in being a practitioner of Hare Krishna has really improved my, improve my well-being, physical and mental, I just know that this temple will be a wonderful asset to the community of La Mesa, the community of Escondido, and I definitely encourage you to vote yes on it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Damien Bondavu. Damien Bondavu. Okay, moving on to our next speaker would be Biksham Pala Binidela. Biksham Pala Bindela. All right, just want to make sure.
Good evening. This is Biksham Palabindala. I live in Rancho Penasquitos. I practice the meditation and I teach the meditation for anyone, not only for Indians. Any community who are interested in meditation, learning, and living in a peaceful life. So I go to ISKCON temple almost 20, 25 years. I do practice the spiritual activities and no any other illegal activities. So what I do is I teach meditation and also learn the new things from the other communities too. And since 2020, I'm also doing that free community service that is a seed exchange. Like growing our community with the green. Grow your vegetables and live peacefully and enjoy your backyard. This is what we are spreading out. And ISKCON temple, it is, I'm here to support that, express my support to propose the ISKCON temple in Escondido. The project is a wonderful opportunity for our community to come together and celebrate spirituality, diversity, and cultural enrichment. It is going to be a beautiful, peaceful space for meditation, yoga, and spiritual activities, and the cultural programs and the festival that promote understanding and appreciation of Indian heritage and reaching our communities and cultural activities. Opportunity for interfaith dialogues and the community engagement, fostering greater and understanding the respectful among different faiths and backgrounds. Support for local businesses and the economy, and the visitors and the devotees come to Escondido to experience the temple and the surrounding areas. So we do a lot of educational programs and the meditation, yoga, and other promoting the local communities. And the ISKCON temple is committed to being a positive and a respectful neighbor, and they are willing to work with our local community and meets the requirement and concerns. I urge you to consider the many benefits of this project will bring to Escondido. Let's welcome this opportunity to enrich our community, promote diversity and inclusion, and make Escondido a more vibrant and attractive and peaceful place. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Woodard. Mark Woodard? All right. For those who submitted request to speak forms but originally checked the box that you do not wish to speak, I will now provide anyone with the opportunity who has not had an opportunity to speak in this room. You may come to the podium to speak at this time, and after that, then we will move over to the Mitchell room. So does anyone in the room want to speak? Yes, please, and then we'll just go one at a time. So thank you. Yeah, you'll be able to come to the podium. Just want to make sure everyone has their opportunity to speak. And to clarify, this is for people who have not spoken already. Just want to leave one time to speak each. Great.
Hare Krishna. Good evening, Mr. White, Mayor White, I'm sorry. Ms. Martinez, Deputy Mayor, and the council members of the city of Escondido. At the outset, let me touch upon a little bit of religious aspect of this project. The founder of the religious organization that this facility is going to be affiliated with is Srila Prabhupada. He was a great teacher. He came to United States in 1967 and gradually formed an organization. I said he was a great teacher. What did he teach? He teach about the values of life, the purpose of life, the secrets of life. He would teach anybody that would come and listen to him without any preferences to the background of anybody who was listening to him. And that gentleman had a high regard for Jesus Christ. He said many times, on many occasions, that Jesus Christ was a great teacher. He had a high regard for him, and he compared Jesus Christ to one of the religious, in a religious hierarchy called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So this organization represents that value. Now, let me touch upon something that I saw at my door a few days ago, a flyer. Just a couple of days before that, I had received a call from the president of the organization saying, hey, Keshava, you want to be present at the hearing on the 12th of November for this project. So I thought somebody from that organization left a flyer at my door. But when I looked at it, it didn't sound like it. It appeared to be like I would call a knee-jerk reaction from a person or a group of persons who were not well informed about the project. So let me speak to a couple of things that are concerns that are expressed in this flyer. One, traffic and access. Rincon Avenue is a dead-end road with only one way in and one way out, which may not support high traffic for large-scale events. or emergency circulations, evacuations rather. Only 72 parking spots
And
are
thank you, your
proposed
time
for
has
entire temple facility.
So sorry.
It's a cul-de-sac. Of course, it's a cul-de-sac. There is a one way out and one way in.
And your time
But
has
the
expired.
the road is a two-way street.
Sir, your time has expired. For just everyone else. And can I get your name for the record,
Sorry?
please? Your time has expired. Your time is up.
Oh, time is up?
Yeah, your time is up. Yeah, I want to let you know. But could I get your name for the record?
Just 2 more minutes?
No, because everyone has had 3 minutes. Yeah, sorry. Got to keep it the same for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
This, this council.
In fairness to the other.
Sorry, this
commenters.
council knows the value for value of projects.
Thank you.
The Grand Avenue is an example, and this project adds tremendous
In
value
fairness to the
the
other
city.
public commenters, we've got to end there. Thank you.
I did see there was someone else who had their, gentleman, yes, you can come forward. And then I do notice that a few of our friends came from the Mitchell room, so you'll be able to speak. You can come to the podium next. Yeah. And then the people in the Mitchell room, I will be getting to you. Thank you for your patience. Truly appreciate it.
Good evening, members of the council, community leaders, and fellow residents. My name is Sharat Walamkonda. I'm here today to express my heartfelt support for the establishment of ISKCON Temple in Escondido, which has always been a place that values diversity, community, and inclusion. Establishing ISKCON Temple aligns beautifully with those very principles. The International Society for Sri Krishna Consciousness, or ISKCON, is not merely a religious organization. It's a movement that promotes universal values of compassion, peace, service, and respect for all. One of our fellow neighbors here today referenced to Bible and spoke about the gods of other countries. However, the same Bible repeatedly reminds that God is one, a concept known as monotheism. That idea of one divine source is at the heart of ISKCON's teachings as well. This temple would be more than just a place of worship. It would be a center for culture, learning, and service. I believe such contributions would enrich Escondido both spiritually and socially. In addition, ISKCON's teachings on environmental stewardship, nonviolence, and mindfulness resonate deeply with today's need for sustainability and compassion-based living. These are not just religious values, my friends. These are human values that uplift everyone in the community and in the world. It would be a place where people of all backgrounds can come together in a spirit of joy, harmony, and service. In times when division often overshadows understanding, I believe this temple can become a beacon of peace, inclusiveness, and community service, values that define the very heart of Escondido. I urge the city and community members to view this proposal not only as the creation of a temple, but as planting the seed of future harmony, learning, and shared service. Thank you for your time. Your open-mindedness is really helpful here for the betterment of the community and the society and world. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw a friend, you came from the Mitchell room. You can come forward and speak. Yes. Oh, in the Mitchell room, I'll call you. I noticed one of the people came from the Mitchell room too, are the council chambers. Thank you. Yeah, your turn, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, council and mayor. My name is Corey. I am a retired Navy SEAL. My family has lived in Escondido for over 30 years. I grew up in this neighborhood off of Boulder Legend and Fawn Creek. This area that we're talking about, and I haven't seen this in the plans, and I'm not sure if I missed that or not, but I haven't seen any involvement in the county requirements and stuff for the fire code and everything, or a high fire zone. I might have missed that, but I do have some anecdotal evidence for the accidents and fatalities that have been taking place in the last 30 years. When I was 18, I actually was in a motorcycle accident right in front of where the temple's going to be. Coming down that road, there was someone parked on the side of the road. They did a U-turn right in front of me. Someone who wasn't familiar with the area, parked on the side of the street, did a U-turn right in front of me, I high-sided my bike and crashed into the car at over 30 miles an hour. I'm lucky to be here for multiple reasons, but yeah. So there's that, and then I'll just read off my notes real quick. The point was made that this project isn't built, something else will be, but any significant development here will face the same core issues: a single evacuation route, limited hydrant capacity, and a high wildfire risk. None of that changes with a different project, so that'll still be something that needs to be considered. I know they said they're going to put in 5 fire hydrants, but for us past that city limit line, we have 1. So, and also because of, I've personally seen it, and I have horses, and that's why I'm dressed like this. I just came from feeding my horses and dogs and taking care of my animals out there, that we've been stuck. We've had choke points there and had a hard time evacuating. That's pretty much all I want to say. Thank you.
Anyone else in council chambers would like to speak? Anyone else in council chambers? Are you coming forward? And then I saw your hand coming up, sir, so you'll have an opportunity. Thank you so much. And then after that, we'll come to the majority.
Hello, council members. My name's Michelle Schmalvogel, and I've been a resident of Escondido for 10 years. And personally, I look very much forward to having a Hindu temple in Escondido, which would be a welcome addition to our culturally and religiously diverse city. Hindu people have an incredibly rich spiritual and cultural tradition, and they are among the most inclusive, kind, and loving people I've ever come across in the world. I heard some of the comments in opposition stating that this was not a normal church. So I'm just really curious who defines what a normal church is, and what's your definition of a normal church? I would also encourage some of those in opposition to look up the term xenophobia. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mr. Mayor, to give us the opportunity to speak. I'm Narendra Soni. I'm running manufacturing business with me and a few of our friends in Vista, some are in San Marcos, and some are in Escondido. So there are some problems. We hear that. There is a traffic issue or any other issues we talk about. And we do agree with it. And we promise that to work with you, work with city, and make it safer for everybody. Because our kids would be running in that area. So we would like to help you, but I vote for the temple project. There was a time Maharaj was running up the hill and showing us a Vista Canal, but it has been 25 years. So I request you again to approve the project. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and everybody here that have gathered here. First of all, I want to thank you for your patience and taking out the time and listening to all of us here. I would like to, first of all, start with why I chose this tradition, why I take my family there. I'm a mom of 3. Why I believe this is the path and this is why we need this temple. The temple stands for unity, not division, inclusion, not separation. We believe, the temple believes that God is one, and that touches my heart, that touches my belief, that brings us all together. It stands for cleanliness, it stands for nonviolence, it stands for compassion and devotion to the Supreme. That's the core value. There's nothing else that's really inculcated there. And that's why I love to take my family every Sunday there. They have a temple in Pacific Beach that's been running for 50 plus years. Whoever has a concern about traffic, about noise, about what abnormal this place of worship is like, they have a very good opportunity to experience it for real, what it's like. We have services there 7 times a day, like some people have pointed out, and there is a live YouTube channel, so anybody who has concerns or even curious to know what it's like, you have a great opportunity to just go online. It's called San Diego Live of ISKCON San Diego Live, and just search. It just shows up right away. And like somebody here said, when I'm not able to drive all the way to Pacific Beach, that's my resort. That's what I do. I just turn on the TV and turn on the... So anybody who has concerns or even curious, please, I request you to turn on the YouTube channel any time of the day and you will see. Concerns about traffic, I would like to say that except for the Sunday programs, most of the programs are only attended by the resident monks, and that too, not all of them, because a lot of them have their own prescribed duties for the day that they must attend to. Even like some of the days when I'm volunteering there for some of the services, I know that there's literally nobody attending that service. It's just the person praying, that's all. And we just hear it on YouTube that the prayers are going on. So literally there's no traffic happening or there's no chaos happening. There's concerns about the sound, they don't come out the temple, and I'm just talking purely from what I've experienced in last 2.5 years of going there. Food, the concern about food, the temple does serve out food, but only to the people who come to attend the services. And like I said, the temple in Pacific Beach has been there for 50 plus years. It can be investigated how much homeless crowd has it attracted by now. It's not like we don't have data to produce, and it's not like we're just talking out of thin air and making assumptions and guesses. It's a very much experienced, collected data that we're talking about. Fire safety, I would say that was another big concern. I would say traffic and fire safety, those two concerns would exist no matter what we build there. In fact, with the development of this temple,
Your time has expired. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah, of course. Is there anyone else in council chambers who would like to speak? Yes, sir. Yes, you may come forward. Yes.
I would like to thank everybody for gathering, coming together. That's something that happens every day at Krishna's temple. We all gather. It's a place where we can better understand each other. It's a place where you can meet new friends. I just would like to remind people that friends are strangers that you're yet to meet. And that's something that is incredibly important. And I believe that Krishna's temple is going to bring a lot of opportunities to meet and better understand each other. And that is all.
Is there anyone else in council chambers who would like to speak? All right, seeing none, going to the Mitchell room. Anyone who wishes to speak in the Mitchell room, you may line up at the podium, you come forward. I'll let you know when your 3 minutes are expired, but you may begin speaking. Thank you. And if you don't mind, please state your name for the record. Thank you so much.
Hi, yes, my name is Kristen Bumbrichart, and I have lived in Escondido since I was 5. And I've lived in the Rincon-Conway area since 2004, and I'm very much in support of this project. Many years ago, I traveled to India and visited several Hindu temples, including the ISKCON temple in Vrindavan. And I was just so completely blown away by how peaceful and welcoming the temples were, and I enjoyed my experience. And then when I came back to Escondido, I did happen to notice at one point that that sign was located on the property, and I've been excited ever since then to see, that temple was going to be built there. And I also wanted to mention that I am a Christian, but I do welcome all people of faith and religions to our community. And one of the things I loved most about Escondido is the diversity of our community. And actually, I should also mention I live in the Brookside area. And I've been upset by flyers and the emails I've been receiving in opposition to the temple, because I felt like it was making it out to sound like that whole entire community in that neighborhood is against the temple. But I want to let everyone know that there are people that are in support of it. So please vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor White and council members. I'm here on behalf of Protect Rural Escondido, speaking on behalf of this project, and I want to bring up a couple things. What's different 20 years ago is that we have social media. So this is definitely not Mission Beach. Mission Beach is a box. This is going to be an influencer social media destination, guaranteed. So they have 3 million followers on the this group. So you know the social media is really vibrant. Thousands of followers in Southern California alone. I toured this proposed temple facility with the HOA and Councilmember Garcia, and I was struck by how steep, rugged, and fire-prone this area truly is. It borders Daly Ranch, an open space preserve. It sits within one of Escondido's most flammable canyons, really. Accessible only by a narrow 2-lane road shared with nearby residents. I've heard everyone talk about the animals. Well, we all lived through the Witch Creek fire, and we know how hard it is to evacuate animals. And often creates a bottleneck for people trying to escape. While we respect the Hare Krishna community and their beloved faith, desire for a place of worship, this location poses serious planning and infrastructure flaws. This is not about an emotional narrative. We love them, right? It's about this facility. The project envisions large gatherings, weddings, festivals, and frequent events in a canyon with limited ingress and egress and parking. During major events, overflow parking would likely spill into the narrow access road, further compromising emergency response and evacuation safety for both guests and neighbors. A structure of this size, by the way, equates to almost the grandstands at the Del Mar Fairgrounds. Okay, this is massive. And we all know what happened, again, through the different firestorms that we've lived through. If you've been in this community, Witch Creek, we just saw it happen to Palisades and Maui, because this is the new reality. So great, they're building lots of fire hydrants, but we know that doesn't really make a difference, right, in a firestorm. The plan also includes homes restricted to members of the Hare Krishna faith, raising important questions about fair housing compliance and community inclusivity. Protect Rural Escondido supports thoughtful, well-planned growth that respects fire safety, open space, preservation, and the rural character that makes Escondido special. We urge the council to defer or deny approval of this project until a safer and more appropriate site can be identified. Thank you for your time and for considering the concerns of your rural residents.
Good evening to the Mayor and City Council. Thanks for this opportunity to express our concerns for the ISKCON temple built in our neighborhood. My name is Mark Warren. I live in Rocky Point Ranch. I've lived in Escondido for 24 years, and I am strongly urging you to vote no on the ISKCON residential subdivision and religious facility. This is not your average religious facility. The project site lies deep within the rural canyon, an area that is environmentally sensitive, difficult to access, and completely unsuited for the scale of what is being proposed. It is frankly a powder keg for any conditional use permit. First off, one thing that I like to say that I've heard throughout this presentation is that, just so we're clear, this has nothing to do with religious, the Hindu religion. I lived a few years, 1 block away from the Pacific Beach Temple, and I had no problems with the people there at all. They were very friendly. And of all the people that have been against this, I have heard really no hate. It's nothing against the religion. It's nothing against the people. They're all beautiful. And the project plans that I've seen from this, it definitely seems like a beautiful facility. But our main concern is what has been stated over is the traffic. Anyway, so continuing reading, the applicant claims that the main structure will stand 51 feet tall as measured from its footing. But when the factor in the hilltop elevation and the relating and the retaining wall, the actual visible height from the community's viewpoint will be closer to 70 feet, roughly the height of the Carvana building off the I-15 freeway. This is not a modest or context-sensitive architecture. It is what I would call ego-architectural, a massive, imposing, but beautiful structure, but out of scale with its surroundings. Worse, it appears to function as a Trojan horse to broader ongoing architectural and institutional activities on the site, activities that far exceed what would reasonably be expected of a neighborhood facility. The design and stated purpose do not match the scale of use, especially considering the thousands of anticipated visitors each week, and especially on Sundays. Furthermore, the project's primary handler, Mr. Tantod, has publicly stated that the intent is to restrict home sales within the proposed 10-lot subdivision to members of the ISKCON group. This is discriminatory and in direct violation of the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits housing and discrimination based on race, religion, or creed. Imagine if a major developer like Shea Homes, KB Homes, announced that they're building a new community but only be sold to Christians. The public would be outraged, would be immediate and justified. The proposal should be treated no differently. The city must reject this plan. It is oversized, misleading in scope, and fundamentally incompatible with the principles
Thank you for your time.
of
It has
public
expired.
safety. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the Mitchell room who wish to speak? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, public comment is now closed.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're going to take one more quick break before the City Council begins its deliberation. All right, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we'll reconvene this meeting. And as you find your way back to your seats, I'd like to invite anyone from ISKCON who's available to answer questions to just go ahead and take these two seats up here. That way the council can ask you and staff questions. If you wouldn't mind coming up here to the microphone.
You're more than welcome to be here.
All right, perfect. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the respect and dignity that was shown during the public comment portion. I have kind of a hodgepodge of questions for both staff and ISKCON. They're not in any particular order. I apologize for that. And some of this might seem repetitive as it was in the staff report. However, I think I'm looking for just a little bit more nuance. So I'm just going to go down my list here and start with, it was mentioned a couple times that the project is in a high fire zone. But it's actually in the very high fire zone. So my question is, was the fire protection plan, was that done before the new maps were adopted this year? Sorry.
I may have to defer to our Deputy Fire Marshal, Lavana Koretsky.
I'm Deputy Fire Marshal Ivana Koretsky. And then to answer your question, the fire protection report was completed in January, in this year before the fire severity map was approved, which was in the July. It was finalized in July of this year.
But so a new plan doesn't have to be done when the maps change, or I guess with the difference in high and very high, you see where I'm going with this? Yeah.
I do. And so if I may just give a little clarification. So
Absolutely.
While it was done under the high, when this project started in 2023, it was designated as high. The states changed the map. It's now designated as very high. That designation doesn't change anything for this specific project, for the scope of this project. So the differences, some of the major differences, is the construction type, which is hardened structure. That is already something that's in this fire protection report. Okay. It talks about secondary access, which I know was mentioned a lot during the conversation. So there's a couple different triggers for secondary access in the very high. One of them is 30 or more homes, which is not happening within this scope, and an access on site of more than 800 foot, which is not happening for those homes. Okay. So there wouldn't be a trigger for additional access per the fire severity zone or the government code.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That does make sense. And I don't know if you want to take this one or staff, but there was the fire hydrants mentioned, right? So 5 total, 3 for the temple and 2 for the homes. But it sounded like none of those were required until the housing gets built. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes.
And I guess just to follow up on that, it does make sense to have fire hydrants next to the temple when the temple is built. So is that the plan?
Yes, that's the plan. My comments, Mayor, were that for efficiency purposes, the grading of the temple and the subdivision project are going to happen at the same time. That's when we've got the equipment out there, and the backbone infrastructure for the temple and the subdivision project are going to go in, and that backbone infrastructure would include things like utilities, the fire hydrants, and the subdivision road.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I think I'm done with fire for now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. When you look at the traffic scoping agreement and you're looking at average daily trips, how do those numbers, where do they find those numbers?
I'll have to defer to our traffic engineering division for that question.
Okay.
Good evening. we're going to tag team this. I think these different questions you may have about traffic. This is Justin Ross's. He's with LOS Engineering, and he had conducted the traffic study that was attached to the scoping agreement. So to answer your question about how average daily traffic is generally estimated, our preferred method is to go out and have periodic counts on roadways, and then we keep a history of those, and then we can refer back to them. If we don't have recent counts on a roadway, we would refer to some recent traffic studies in the area. For example, one of the recent projects was on Conway, just south of Rincon. We could refer back to those. We also have some other methods that look at Sandag modeling maps, which we have those going back to about 2012. Some actual counts were used from that. So there's a variety of sources. In this particular project, I may want, Justin, can you talk about the AM and PM counts that you had done on the project itself?
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Justin Ross's with the LOS Engineering, traffic consultant that prepared the analysis. The AM and PM peak hour counts were collected in the fall of 2023, so it's recent data, actual data at that intersection, and the project in itself would add, during what we call the AM and PM peak hour trips, 4% would be increase on background traffic in the AM peak hour and about 5% in the PM peak hour.
Okay. How do you calculate that for, I think the number was 350 attendees for special events. How do you come up with that number?
So for special events, I think what you're talking about is festivals. I think we mentioned there may be about 3 festivals a year. And for any festival or special event like that, there's a condition in the CUP that ISKCON has to get a temporary use permit from the city, which will have conditions to address any number of potential impacts. So that's just a little background.
I was going to ask more about the conditional use permits, but in the report it says the largest special event, 3 identified in the Planning Commission staff report, may attract up to a total of 350 attendees. So where does the 350, how are we estimating that number?
That's an estimate that came from ISKCON, and let me just get a confirmation that any of those special events or festivals would occur on weekends. Is that correct?
2 are guaranteed on weekends. 1 is by the lunar calendar, so we can't guarantee.
Okay. Understood. Yeah, that's one of my concerns is the average daily trip. So in the staff report, it says Monday through Sunday, we're looking at 63, or Monday through Saturday, and then on Sunday, 253. But I believe when we spoke, you had mentioned about the 250 number on both Saturday and Sunday. And then when I also went onto your social media, by the way, whoever's doing your social media is doing a fantastic job. You are all over every platform. It's actually quite impressive. But when I look at some of the festivals that have taken place, I'm looking at way more than 350 people. And what I'm trying to get at here is it seems like the amount of study that was done was not quite adequate to address the impacts that I think are going to be beyond what this is saying. But I'll stop on that one for right now and just keep going. Somebody had mentioned Rincon being a 4-lane collector. I couldn't find that anywhere in the staff report. It's 2 lanes. Obviously, anybody who's been there knows that. But was it listed as 4 lanes in the staff report?
In the City Council staff report or the Planning Commission staff report?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know which one they were referring to. But I did want to set that record straight that it is a 2-lane road. But in your presentation, it said Rincon would be widened. Can you talk a little bit more about the improvements that would happen on Rincon and the widening?
Yeah, of course. So just to clarify, the portion of Rincon adjacent to the project site is considered a local collector. However, as you move west towards Broadway, it does eventually turn into a 4-lane collector. As detailed in the general plan, the standards for a local collector, the project would be required to widen the south portion of Rincon Avenue, and that includes the curb and sidewalk, the parking lane, and I believe I may have to defer to Art.
But we're not adding another lane. It's curb, sidewalk, parking.
I would say for the most part, it's a 2-lane road now. It just varies from a narrower section that's perhaps 20 feet, 22 feet in the proximity of the project. That particular section would be widened out on the south side.
Sure, I could speak a little bit to that, Mr. Mayor. Along the project frontage is where the widening is going to occur, where they're going to meet our standards for the correct width of a local collector, which is 33 feet from center line on their half of the project or the road.
Understood. Okay. Perfect, thank you. Along these same lines, so Rincon and Conway was the only intersection that required a study. How come we didn't require anything beyond that, like Broadway, or even as far as El Norte, where presumably hundreds or thousands of people will be coming?
I can start off to that, and I think Justin may want to add to that. The project was originally evaluated based on sitting below the threshold for a more detailed traffic study. The fact that the numbers met our threshold of 200 for further study for VMT and also for LOS, local mobility analysis also, because the numbers were very close to 200, we had a number of conversations with Justin to try to understand where those numbers came from. So what he provided to us was a much more detailed traffic study, not a full-blown traffic study that might have happened if the ADTs were 1,000 or something and greatly exceeded that threshold. But we had asked them to do a lot more work than they typically would have had to. They did things like the individual traffic counts that we normally wouldn't ask a consultant to do if they were screening the project out. He did intersection counts. He did some level of traffic modeling. So it was a fairly in-depth study for a small project. To answer your first question about why didn't we go beyond Conway, because with Conway, it still met a level of service A, which is as good as you can get. And even with the project numbers assigned to it, it still met an A. The farther you get away from a project, the less influence that individual project is going to have, because people are going to go to Conway, they're either going to go north, or they're going to go south, or they're going to go west. So you're going to get a dilution of traffic by the time you get to Ash, or by the time you get to Broadway. And our confidence was that by knowing that Conway itself still met the level of service A, we didn't ask them to go farther.
Okay. One of the public commenters brought up the collisions that have happened, it looks like from Broadway to Rincon Avenue to El Norte Parkway. And in the last 10 years, there have been 84 collisions with 131 people injured and 5 fatal collisions with 6 people having passed away. And in the scoping agreement, it mentions areas of controversy. So what defines an area of controversy?
I think that term for area of controversy was not actually part of the scoping agreement. I think it was part of some level of environmental documentation that you'd provided. Is that right?
That is correct. That the traffic scoping agreement itself doesn't include language on what an area of controversy is. That image that you're referencing that was provided in the public comment was pulled from the State Clearinghouse website, where the city uploads environmental documents. As a part of that upload, the lead agency is required to identify areas of controversy.
I could have sworn I clicked on it on my computer when I Googled Escondido active projects, but I guess that's beside the point.
Mayor, if I could address your first part of that question.
Absolutely.
It is not typical for us to look at a segment, for example, Broadway from Rincon South to El Norte, for a 10-year period, to look at any of that, even in a more detailed traffic study. I went back and looked at the traffic crashes at Rincon and Conway, and at Rincon and Ash, and at Rincon and Broadway. The crashes at Rincon and Broadway are the ones that were more substantial because they just simply have a lot more volume. Rincon is a collector roadway in that case. Broadway is a collector, so the volumes are much higher. Over a 5-year period, which is pretty typical of what we look at, there were 9 crashes over a 5-year period, which is fairly small number. What popped up under the Ash and Conway actually were 0 crashes for the 5-year period. So again, the look at a 1.5 mile long corridor that's that far away from the project is not something we would typically do for a traffic study.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to conclude my questions for right now. I'm anxious to hear what my colleagues have to say. But I will say this. I feel for you in a very personal way. I'm a member of the Mormon Church, and anytime the Mormon Church tries to build a temple in any city in the country, this exact same thing happens. So I sympathize with you. If I'm being honest, I'm having a hard time finding a balance in this one. I do think, like I said before, that the impacts are going to be greater than what the report is letting on, and therefore the mitigation will be inadequate. I am trying my best here to get to private property rights, but to the extent that the impacts around it are mitigated, and that's where I'm stuck at right now. So I'll conclude my remarks there and turn it over to my colleagues.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to address everybody who came to speak today. It's a tough one, and I think it shows a lot of courage from everybody who met up with us, who came to speak, and I just want to acknowledge everybody here, so thank you so much. I had the same questions. I think the concerns that Ms. Korn had brought up against the vehicle miles traveled, I think that was a legitimate concern, so thank you for that. And I think we're looking at that, and we're looking at why we use the LOS. I think you guys have spoken to that. Average daily trips as well. I think I'm just looking at my notes. One of the questions that Ms. Cheryl had brought up is why were the waivers provided? I think that's something that I'm not sure who would be able to answer that, but something about waivers were being provided.
Are you referring to the waivers as it pertains to the traffic studies or the waivers for the density bonus request?
I'm not sure. I think it was for the traffic studies.
Yeah. It may have pertained to traffic, but there is, yes, in the traffic scoping agreement, under the study intersections, there's a section that says waiver requested. May I have to defer to?
I can address that. It's basically based on a threshold. It's an examination of what the project, how the project is presented to us based on, in this case, the number of homes that were going to be in the subdivision, the square footage associated with the religious facility. We have certain guidelines that we follow for trip generation. Those numbers were consistently provided by the traffic consultant. The numbers came up underneath our threshold. That waiver language actually says that if the numbers are less than 500, the applicant could request a waiver from the city. In this case, they were less than 200, and it fell actually below the threshold of even having to request a waiver.
Understood. Thank you. The other question is, as brought up by Mr. Alec William, I believe, was there was this discussion that the information about having this as an animal sanctuary was kept from the public or from the Planning Commission. I just want to know, was this hidden? Was this disclosed? What's the concern, or what's the information about that?
I can answer that question, Councilmember Garcia. Throughout the processing of the development proposal, the CEQA document and the plans did identify a caretaker's residence and associated keeping of animals on the site. It was brought up during the Planning Commission hearing how that relates to the religious use and the associated, and the religious use itself. So it was disclosed in all the environmental documents, and it was disclosed in the public and the staff report.
And if I could just add to that, there is actually in our municipal code no definition for animal sanctuary. So I think what you're seeing is people kind of using that term, but it doesn't have really any definition anywhere. So.
Okay, and I guess that's what I really needed to know right there. Now, again, there were concerns about CUPs and everything. I think Ms. Clark had brought up something about CUPs, but were all CUPs, the conditions for us to provide the CUPs, I'm assuming they've all been met per our staff, per Planning Commission?
So the conditions of approval, they are tied to the land. And so as the applicant operates, they're required to comply with those conditions. So if there's a potential violation of the conditional use permit, there's a process for revocation and modification of those conditions of approval. And so as they go through their permitting process and the actual use of the site, they'll have to comply with those conditions. And they've agreed
I
to
guess
that.
my question I should have clarified is there's nothing that's preventing them at this point from at least applying for the CUPs. It seems that everything's been met.
They've applied, the request before the council this evening is for the conditional use permit. That is what they.
Yeah, so everything's been met. Okay, thank you. I might not be wording that correctly. All right, so the other thing I wanted to mention to the public is, we've been approached by, both parties, or I should say all parties, because different people have talked to us. Something I want to make clear is the staff's responsibility, because we've been talking about staff, our Planning Commission, City Council. The staff responsibility is to have solutions abiding to the law. The Planning Commission is to follow the letter of the law, and the council is to follow the spirit of the law. So if there's confusion to why this is such a long process, because everything has to be done correctly. So I want to make that clear to the public. The municipal law, what I'm seeing right here is all standards have been met. Everything's been satisfied. All law has been, all the concerns that the city attorney has, that staff has. It seems that everything seems to be, that the applicant has abided by everything. I think that's repetitive. The one concern that I have, and I think that I've mentioned this a few years back when we voted on a different topic, is that something here will be built, whether it's this temple or something else. One of the concerns that people have are talking about the traffic that is going to potentially happen. The concern is that traffic is going to happen when something is built, and something will be built inevitably. As I think it was Mark Skokie had mentioned, you know, there will be something of high density. We're talking about 60 to 200 units potentially. The other thing I really want to mention is that we are restricted, the city is restricted on quite a bit of fronts by state law. We're restricted by, I'm just going to name a few of them, just so that you guys know, kind of have an idea of what we're working with. We're pretty restricted by SB 4, SB 9, SB 10, AB 130, SB 131, and SB 79. To give you guys an idea of the laws that we have to comply with, and not just for this facility, for this project, but for other projects as well. The state limits us on quite a bit on density, on developing housing, and one of the things that we have very few restrictions. So I do want to mention that, because I'm sure my colleagues are going to have similar concerns or similar thoughts. The other question is what kind of traffic this is causing, what kind of look this is causing for the community. I'll be honest, I was asked, you know, we were told, hey, you guys should drive up on Ash and Rincon sometime in the morning. I actually do go that way almost every day. And it's actually to avoid traffic, because I don't want to go through the city when I get onto the 15. Funny enough, I will say there's probably minimal traffic there, and I go anywhere between 7:45 to 8:15. The other concern that I had, you know, is the ideas of different churches and everything having different types of the parking, you know, the amount of people that are going to be there. I know that my church, the United Methodist Church, has anywhere around probably 200 attendance every Sunday, and the traffic is minimal, to be honest. St. Mary, I think, has 16 services throughout the day. That's also nearby. And then the other thing is, when we're looking at churches, the concern is if there's going to be a couple hundred people, let's say 200 people on any given Sunday, 250 people. I don't know about you all, but I don't think church is something that people go alone. They usually go with their families. We're talking about 3 to 4 people at a time. So if we're looking at even 240 people, which is pretty high, we're looking at 80 vehicles if we average. If we assume that we're talking about 3 people per vehicle, oftentimes it's usually 4 people per vehicle, especially when we're talking about families. So this gets down to, I guess, what I'm trying to get to. I really wanted, this is really difficult to convey. So just many of you know I actually lived in Asia. I lived in a Buddhist country, so the South and Southeast Asian community is very close to me. And rarely have I studied material as much as I studied this. I mean, we're talking about hours and hours and hours of studying this, talking to different parties, studying law, talking to our city attorney. I mean, I really went into depth, and lots of prayer and meditation went into this. So I don't want anybody to think that this wasn't really well thought out by any of our colleagues. I know everyone's been really pondering on this. That being said, we have, there's something called the Religious Land Use Act that we also have to abide by. And I want to make that very clear to something that I had found, talked to, brought up, and spoke with our city attorney. The Religious Land Use Act, so long as a religious institution is abiding by everything, we are pretty restricted on what we can limit. It has to go through high scrutiny, and essentially we had to be as accommodating as possible to make projects possible. The other one is SB 4. That's a that's a state law. So the first one is a federal law. The SB 4 is going to be a state law. Also, this also restricts the amount of this restricts the bureaucracy in order for a religious institution to build on it. So SB4 is another one that's really restricts us on what we can do. The other thing is I'm very pro-religion. It's very, I really want that to be clear. But at the same time, the neighbors that are there, they have the right to frame what the future of their neighborhood looks like. And I don't want that to be dismissed by anybody because they have an invested interest. Those are real concerns. And those concerns are not based off of racism or xenophobia. And I think it's unfair for anybody to make the accusation that just because somebody has these concerns, it's based off of anything that has to do with that. So I do want to make that clear as well, because I don't think that that's a fair accusation for anybody to be targeted with. I already mentioned the Religious Land Use Act, SB4, and the second to last thing I want to mention is somebody mentioned the Bible to me. There's something that's one of my pet peeves is when somebody tries to quote the Bible to me. So I'll do it back to you. If you're going to quote the Torah, Leviticus 19:33 says, when a foreigner lives in your land, you should not mistreat them and must treat them as a loving one of your own because you were once a foreigner in Egypt. So I do want to mention that is an unfair thing to say. With all that being said, I'm going to move to approve this project, and I'll ask for a second.
Project has a motion. Does it have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion and second. Thank you, Councilman. Deputy Mayor, would you like to go?
Sure. So thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Garcia. You asked a lot of the questions that I have. Just a couple things that for clarification of those watching. There was a lot of conversation around a connector. What is that? Container, four-way container, two-way container. Can you just explain what that means?
Are you referencing the roadway classification for collector versus local collector?
Collector, yes. Because people might not know what that is. Just explain that.
Certainly.
Define it.
All of our roadways are classified according to roughly the volume of traffic that they carry. It ranges from a road like Center City Parkway, might be a prime arterial, might be a super major arterial, and it goes all the way down to residential. From residential, it increments up to a local collector, and then there are certain standards for how wide the road should be, both from property edge to property edge, and then curb face to curb face. Generally, a local collector is a two-lane road, either with parking on both sides or without parking. It can semi-function as a four. Now, typically, if it's two lanes with a center turn lane, if you don't have parking. I don't want to get into too much detail. From there, the roads graduate to a collector, and a collector standard is generally 4 lanes, and generally it doesn't have parking. And beyond that, we get into arterial roadways. In the case of the roads within the project area, as I mentioned earlier, Rincon is a local collector. Conway to the north is a local collector. Conway to the south is a local collector. So they're fairly low volume roads, and generally 2 lanes or 3 lanes with a center turn lane. But it should be noted, I think, that just a local collector has the ability to handle about 11,000 cars a day under a mid-level of service, level service C. Under a level service A, it's something like 5,300, something like that. And then that just keeps ramping up as it goes to collector and arterial, those other functions. So I hope that addresses
thank you.
Maybe too much detail.
Yes, in case people are listening, they're like, what is a collector, right? So let's see here. Let me see if there's anything else. So I did meet with residents at around 8:15 a.m. during a weekday. And I also met with, I had a deep dive brief staff briefing on this with city staff. And then I also met with the applicant. So I feel that I met with everyone that reached out to me about, wanting to meet. I did my best to at least acknowledge receipt of your electronic public comments. I know that I wasn't able to specifically go back and forth because we received so many public comments, but we have been receiving these comments, and I have read your comments. So I just want to say that. I'm glad that you asked, Councilmember, about the animal sanctuary, because I have in my notes define animal sanctuary, but it looks like there's no legal or formal definition for it. Some interesting things that I learned when I met with the project applicant. I'm glad that the order in which I met with all of you worked out how it was. So initially, on the same day, I met with the residents first early in the morning. I thank the resident, Mike, for allowing me to, we rode up that road to his home. So I really got to see, I saw the cows, I saw the farm. I was able to see the property and drive through it, and I was able to see where he lived and hear from him directly. So thank you for that. I met with the residents. I did see some cars speeding on that area, and I know that's a big problem just generally in Escondido. I live right off where the 78 ends, and I'm surrounded by many elementary schools and a middle school, so I understand traffic and right off the highway. So I empathize, and I'm in it. I'm in the middle of it, right, in the core of the city. So I met with the residents first. I heard their concerns, and then I met with staff and the applicant that afternoon. And so I was able to ask a lot of the questions that the residents had. So I appreciate that. It worked out. Some of the things that I learned after speaking with the residents was that this project was significantly smaller than originally proposed, over 20 years ago. That there was going to be a lot less animals than originally proposed. It wouldn't be appropriate for a Hindu temple to have Spanish-style features. That just wouldn't be appropriate. But I feel like there has been compromise in the design and the animals. I've got clarification that the ISKCON does feed the homeless, but they do that through, they make soup and they take it to their downtown. I think it's St. Vincent's Village, I think, in downtown. So they take the food to the homeless facilities. So it's not like they actually have our unhoused folks come to the property. So I appreciated them clarifying that. I know that staff did. Thank you for explaining all the traffic studies and how we fall into the threshold, because I did get a lot of back and forth around traffic impacts and safety. And I think, when we build anything, traffic will always be an issue. And we've seen Escondido grow. I grew up here, over 40 years. I've been in this community, and I've seen it grow so much. So I think traffic is just going to always be worse and worse and worse in general, overall, throughout the whole city. We see it. So I don't think it's just specifically, I'm not concerned that it just is specific to this project. It's something that as our city grows in population, and we have continued to grow, we will always have to just deal with traffic. Unfortunately, that's a byproduct of a growing city. So I feel like the technical, it's met the technical and legal requirements, and I was also briefed by our city attorney about, what is our legal responsibility and these other federal and state laws. So I just want to say, I want to thank, first of all the residents who reached out, who emailed, who've been attending meetings. I know that the Planning Commission was also a very long meeting, and you're sacrificing time with your family, not having dinner. Thanks for sharing your perspectives regarding this proposed project. I truly appreciate the level of community engagement and understand that this issue has generated strong feelings and concerns. So like I said, over the past few weeks, I have taken time to hear from you, whether it's written, I've gone to meetings. I went to an alumni club, and I met Jason, and he talked to me about it. So thank you for even the in-person conversations I've had in the community. I've also met with the city staff and asked a lot of questions with we have our planning staff, and we have our fire department staff. And they have, another thing that came up was the fire hazard. Let me address that. One of the things that and Luana, I'm glad you're sitting there, just to confirm for the public, fire concern came up quite a bit. Because we are very traumatized from the past fires that this community has experienced, right? So I hear that there will be, I think, 5 to 6 new fire hydrants. So if you can just tell me about, I know the maps, they don't change any of the requirements of the project based on before it was like severe fire, you know, I forget the levels but it's gone up since the new state maps come out. But I hear that doesn't change the requirements for this project. I've heard a couple things around fire. People are concerned about their insurance going up because this project would happen. If there's a way for you to address if there is a correlation between that. And then also from the last meeting that I had with city staff, it seems like there's going to be more capacity through this project because of the fire hydrants that it's adding and the wider pipe that would allow there to be fire mitigation. So if you can just speak to that, that would be great.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'll start with the insurance. There's no correlation between the fire department and fire codes and the insurance. They have their own assessments that they do. They may take certain fire hazards into account, but they're not related to each other in any way. So our codes don't have any way.
It is against the law for assurance agencies to use the fire zone severity maps to calculate rates.
Thank you for that, okay.
And if anybody is finding that they have somebody that's doing that, they should report them to the insurance commissioner.
Thank you. And thank you. Yes, so thank you for addressing the fire insurance because that is a concern and I heard you and I asked about it. So I just want to say that I did, do my due diligence in asking that question and I learned something new. So you all helped me understand deeply more of what the consequences and potential impacts or unintended consequences are of this. So thank you for speaking about that, both of you. And then if you could just speak more of the capacity in case there's a fire, is it more fire, mitigation because of this project?
Are you talking specifically for fire hydrants?
Yeah, fire hydrants and just, a better capacity in case than what's there now. If this project gets approved and it's built out, will we have better capacity for mitigating fires than we do today?
Generally speaking, absolutely, because we will have water lines in the area and fire hydrants in the area. So there currently are no fire hydrants within 350 feet of the project. That's the minimum spacing requirement per the state fire code. So they will be providing fire hydrants. I believe there's 5 that are being provided with that spacing, and they will be meeting the gallons per minute, which is the fire flow requirement based on the construction and the square footage that they're proposing.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's what I want. I just wanted to be, for the record, for the public here, because I did get that concern from several of the residents, and I wanted to make sure that they felt heard and that I did ask. So thank you so much. That's all the questions on the fire that I have.
Sure.
So yeah, these were all important issues that you brought up, and it deserves serious consideration. So I did my homework. I asked these questions, and I'm wanting, for you to also hear those responses. And yeah, I feel after thorough review from our professional staff and our fire safety department, the project does meet the legal, safety, and zoning requirements. And the specific concerns that were raised have been studied and addressed through required analysis. And some of those, we're talking about those today. As an elected official, I have a duty to make decisions based on facts, the law, and the standards established in our planning process. Not on personal preference or public opposition alone. And while I understand that this may not be what many residents want to hear, I am bound by fairness and legality in my decision making. So my commitment is and will continue to be to listen respectfully, to consider all information before me. I always say I don't make my decisions before I'm on the dais because I do want to hear in case new information comes forward in presentations or from the public. And I have been known to change my mind on where I think I'm going to vote before a meeting, and then I get new information and I change my mind. So I always say I make my decisions on the dais. It's important to uphold the laws and processes that ensure fairness to all applicants and residents alike. So that's why I am going to support the staff recommendation. And yeah, I'm going to support staff recommendation to support this project. And that's why I have seconded it.
Councilmember?
Thank you. I do want to thank staff a lot of work behind the scenes, meeting with all of us, and I think this, at least for myself, is the one that I've spent the most amount of hours researching. I was knocking on doors before I met with HOAs, trying to get feedback from that community. So just speaking to both sides and just also doing my own research. So with all that, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was said. I do agree with many of the comments, and so I just want to go ahead and pick up from there. So this is a conditional use permit project. So they have agreed to abide by certain rules. So if it's found that they violate any of those conditional use permits, anything that we're holding them accountable to, then we as a council can pull that permit. Also, the temporary use permit, you know, if it's something, if they're going to have 1,000 people instead of 350, then guess what's not going to happen next time they ask? They're not going to have a temporary use permit. So what I agree with Deputy Mayor Consuelo is I want to go by facts and laws. I care about feelings, but we are here to be fair, impartial, and make the decisions based off of that. Councilman Christian Garcia, he brought up some laws regarding why we have to follow certain rules and regulations, and I just want to, in addition to what he brought up, I do want to bring up the First Amendment, the Constitution, and it does protect religion, and which includes religious facilities. And so much so that what we have here is a religious organization that is essentially following all the rules and guidelines that we have required of every other religious organization that has built a temple, a mosque, or whatever it is. And so you're going to have to take a seat until I'm done, please.
I won't speak. Yeah,
You're going to have to take a seat.
I have to
Thank
speak?
you. Be
Okay.
respectful. I appreciate it. So because it is a constitutional right, constitutional law, and I swore to uphold the Constitution, that we have, it is equal treatment. Equal treatment is protected, and we can't take our own personal feelings and change what the Constitution is having us uphold or is requiring us to uphold. Whether it's a Buddhist temple, Catholic, I myself am, you know, a believer in Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian. If the roles were reversed and they were to tell me that I couldn't build a church, you know, those are the things that we need to look at, and so that's why this is protected. So again, it's a conditional use permit, temporary use permit. It looks like people are going to be keeping an eye on you, you know, and so moving forward, you know, we expect that you're going to be following all the rules, and if anything changes, then the required adjustments, improvements will be made. It's important to keep your word, and I'm going to say this. During our meeting, our meeting when I was with ISKCON, I had asked about outdoor fires, outdoor fire pits, and if I recall correctly, is it Diru Tantad? Who was the gentleman that I spoke with that came in with you, sir?
We were both there.
Yes, I believe you said that no, it didn't happen, no outdoor fires, fire pits for gatherings, because that was a concern from the neighbors. And this is where, you know, I'm just bringing this because it's important that we keep our word, because trust is important, and I have no problem revoking any permits if things are violated, regardless of who it is. It's going to be the same standard for everyone across the board. So I too went and I walked the trail that led up in the easement area, and as I was going up, I could smell the odor of a smoke or an old fire. And over to the left by maybe about 20 feet behind the barn area, or the groundskeeper's place, there were bricks, and there was evidence that there had been a fire maybe the day before, no more than 2 days, because I could see it. I took pictures of it. About 20 meters from there is where the hiking trails started. So it is a valid concern, the fire or the concern of people, the concern that people have expressed about it potentially being a fire hazard is real. So, you know, I asked if that happened. Maybe you weren't aware, but if it is happening, you know, we are going to be keeping an eye on you. And again, because I have respect for our laws and I have to uphold them and be fair and impartial, I too will be approving this.
Sir. Can I let Joe go first real quick?
So, this is in my district. And I started hearing about this about a year ago. Started having a few meetings about that. And indicated to the neighbors with staff and meetings who they should speak to, which they followed to do, and they did. Then time came to meet with applicants and meet with staff, and I did what I normally do. I listened. I asked questions, and I remained with an open mind. I don't make my decisions until I get to the dais. I think it's a disservice for me to make decisions beforehand. And I've stated to residents that I can promise you, or my words, that I will not make a decision until here. This has been tough because I am a man of faith. I'm a church pastor of 35 years. That's my full-time job. And it's been made clear to me, oh, because you're a church pastor, you're 100% in favor of this. And I've gotten the other side, because you're a church pastor, you're 100% against this. Unknown to most of you, I have spent months in India. I have visited multiple Hindu religious, I just want to say congregations. I deeply respect religion. I deeply respect the principles. But my experience, and I made it clear, because I met in person, and I got 2 phone calls where I met with the applicants. I expressed my disbelief at my experience coming onto the property. Your employees at minimum, or members, but yelling and screaming, all kinds of behavior that I would have called inappropriate. And I think Swami, and I refer to you with all due respect, Swami, sure, I believe you would have called it out. I believe so, but I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir.
I did, actually.
I think I would figure you did, all right? That's why I went over and gave the gentleman my card. I said, I came here with Swami knowing that I was coming. Please let him know that I came, all right? And with all respect, when I was about to touch your shoulder, I said, oh, excuse me, sir, can I touch you? And we even shared a hug. Because of the deep respect I have for religious leaders, for faith. But that was difficult to have that kind of example. I hear one thing, but something else is done. That erodes trust. I also brought up the issue of Rincon. I was told in the meetings, Rincon keeps, it's not a dead end. And I said, I drove up to the street and I couldn't keep on driving because it did happen, and I raised that issue too. Once again, that erodes trust. The whole issue of the animal sanctuary, there's no definition. But in one of our telephone meetings, it was clearly stated that that was nonsense. Until I said, well, hold on. I saw the animals with my own eyes. And I said, and I did some research, and on your website, you even provide different tiers for those to contribute to the farming of the animals, the protection of the animals. I have no problem with that, other than, once again, what I'm being told and what is being done are different things, and that erodes trust. I believe that very, very little, the only time pretty much that I've heard about the animals was today, that there's I understood a self-imposition of only 9 cows on the property, although they're allowed to have more. I believe there's room for additional mitigation regarding that. So I believe that. I also always try to bring the parties together, and I was happy to do that. I was able to facilitate a meeting between the neighbors and the applicants, but here is my concern. That morning, I received a letter from council, and gave me a different perspective. And then I, once again, wondered how open, how we're not, according to the emails I received, the agreement between both parties, we're not going to have council because we're going to try to find common ground. But a few hours earlier, I get the letter from council. Got to do this, basically, because this is federal law, this is state law, this is that. I believe that this project is not ready to move forward. I believe that the issue with the animals and stuff needs to be worked out, because there's going to be, there was smell when I came onto the property. How many more animals will there be there? How can we measure it? Runoff, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that there's more room to be done, and because of that, I am going to vote against this project at this time. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I do. Councilmember Fitzgerald mentioned about the fire pits or something. I'm not familiar with that. Is that not allowed? Because that's the first, yeah, I don't recall that being banned or something that, well, it didn't stand out to me that it was either going to be allowed or disallowed, so.
There's a fire permit that's required for outdoor burning, so
Okay.
a permit would be required. It would also be required that they get a temporary use permit.
Okay, so as of now, is there currently a fire pit being used?
I don't know that.
I have no idea what that is, and we are willing to put in the CUP, no fire pit, nothing going on outside the building, nothing. It's not going to happen. Well, if we ask, we're not even gonna ask for a permit, but he's saying, you know.
So as of, okay, so what I'm hearing from staff is that it's not currently allowed because it requires a permit. So knowing that and hearing that there was some burning, you know, my colleague saw burning or something that formerly was burned, I would say it's explicitly known now that that is not allowed unless you have a permit. So that there's no confusion, it's not allowed unless you have a permit. So there should be, even tomorrow, no burning, outdoor burning. So just want to put that out there. Thanks for bringing that forward, because I didn't. Yes, so, okay, that was my question, because I had not heard about the burning outside.
All right, before I call for the vote, I just want to say thank you all for coming. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. I want to qualify my vote with, I really don't have an opposition to you, the temple, the project. There's almost an infinite amount of precedent that shows that religious facilities can fit pretty much in any corner of the city. My issue specifically is that just as you have rights, so do the people around you, and I'm not convinced there was enough study to adequately address the mitigation that is probably needed. But I hope you prove me wrong, and I wish you the best, and with that, I'll call for the vote.
Voting is open. No comments at this time. Comments are done. Motion approved, 3-2, White and Councilmember Joe Garcia, no. Motion passes.
All right, does anybody have anything they'd like to add to a future agenda? No, we're not done yet. Feel free to leave if you'd like to. It's a little late, but we're not done yet.
I do. I'd like to add that council support a letter of support for the Sapasqual tribe. Can you hear me? For the Sapasqual Band of Kumeyaay, who are trying to gain guardianship of the Sapasqual battle area cemetery during the time that the state and the city is not able to care for. It is currently in city of San Diego, the city of San Diego, and so they're just seeking support and trying to do that.
Perfect. Anybody else? If not, we'll do quick. All right, we'll wait.
I second.
Does anybody want to do their report right now? Or are you ready to go home? Oh, ruin it for the rest of us. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to my community for the privilege of serving you.
The one thing I do think that's worth mentioning is there was a fantastic Veterans Day parade and Vet Fest. If you didn't go this year, go next year. City manager?
Oh, wait, I wanted to say too.
Oh,
I was there too, and today I had a Covered California table in San Diego, so I'll share more about that later.
All right.
Nothing to report.
This meeting, actually, any other public comments? All right, this meeting's adjourned.